Please be seated.
Good morning to the members of the public. Good morning to the honorable members of the House. We begin with the speech from the opposition. We just want to welcome the contingent of students from the Nevis Sixth Form College, and we thank you for coming. I recognize the honorable member for Nevis 4.
Good morning to all. Madam President, good morning to you, to the honorable members of this House, the citizens and residents at home and in the diaspora. I thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity and the time granted to respond to the 2023 budget presented by the Honorable Premier. Before I do so, however, Madam President, please permit me to express sincere gratitude to the people of Nevis who agreed with the NRP that it is time to take Nevis in a new direction and voted for that change in the 2022 December 12th election. Indeed, Madam President, I am humbled by the opportunity and the privilege that the people of Nevis, Nevis 4 especially, have given to me that allows me to stand here today in this honorable House. A privilege that I do not take lightly because I fully understand the sacrifices that were made by the founding members of the NRP to ensure that this Nevis Island Assembly was established on the date of our independence, September 19th, 1983. Permit me also, Madam President, to thank the Almighty for giving me faith, strength, and courage to arrive at this place today. Madam President, it was my hope that this 2023 budget, with the theme charting the pathway to socioeconomic transformation, investing to accelerate growth, would have been an exciting and captivating read. I thought that I would have seen the pathway that would help to diversify and grow our economy, and a pathway to make lives better for the people of Nevis. Regrettably, this budget does not provide much hope for building our people or for providing opportunities in education, healthcare, childcare, or sustainable livelihoods. When we consider the global space within which we must operate and the external factors such as climate change, health crises, and the cost of living that we must cope with, one would expect to see a more robust and relevant budget. Madam President, the glaring omission of employment opportunities and lack of ideas to diversify our local economy is appalling. No creativity, no innovation, nothing new or exciting has been presented. Our youths leave Nevis in droves, some to go to college, but some, Madam President, because there are no opportunities here for them to prosper. The Nevis Island Administration, the financial services sector, and the hospitality sector that were developed by the NRP are still the backbone of Nevis's economy. Last year, we heard about the film industry. This year, nada. Sustainability of our economy is the key word, Madam President. All around the world, and especially in small island developing states, governments have identified building resilience to the impacts of climate change as a major opportunity for diversifying economies and creating jobs. Blue economies, green economies, creative economies are the new highways to sustainability and prosperity. The newly formed Labour government in St. Kitts created a Ministry of Climate Action and a Ministry of Creative Economy. Grenada and Dominica have ministries of climate resilience. Grenada, Barbados, and Antigua all have ministries of blue economy. The funding for our geothermal project from CDB is based on climate financing. The solar farm in St. Kitts received climate funding. Currently, there's a US $21 million climate smart agriculture project that has been proposed for St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam President, our Minister of Finance cannot be so disconnected that he does not recognize the new pathways to diversifying our economy and creating new and exciting job opportunities. The captain must know when it's time to sail the cruise ship in a new direction. Madam President, based on the economic performance of this CCM government, we know that in 2021, expenditures were $194.34 million, and in 2022, increased to $228.4 million. Revenues in 2021 were $180.32 million, and in 2022, $214.26 million. Despite increase in revenues, high VAT rates, high custom charges, the Minister of Finance reports that he was forced still to seek debt financing. And so, Madam President, it pains me to report that our public sector debt is now at $523.92 million, up from $495.71 million in 2021. Madam President, permit me to refer to the estimates, because in looking at the debts, we would have noticed that statutory bodies would have been represented in NEVLEC and NASPA. However, there was a glaring omission of the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation. And as we look at the debt, Madam President, we would note that the economy of Nevis is in a very bad state. Madam President, on page 320 of the estimates, we would note that the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation has external debts totaling $6 million, just over $6 million. There is an entity entitled Unit Trust Corporation. And as I understand, Madam President, titles have been withheld from homeowners because of unsatisfactory settlement with this entity. Madam President, when we look at the other debts with the Nevis Tourism Authority, the Nevis Electricity Company, the Nevis Air and Seaports Authority, we notice, Madam President, that we have total public sector external debt of $38 million and total public sector domestic debt of $485 million. Madam President, when we look at the NIA foreign debt, we recognize that we have a total outstanding foreign debt of $32.3 million and a domestic debt of a whopping $425.9 million. And so I say to you, Madam President, or I must ask the question, why is the debt so high? Where is the return on investments? After all, over $400 or $500 million would have been provided to the NIA from the CBI. I must ask, Madam President, where is the path to sustainability? How much does it cost to bring in a rig for geothermal drilling each time an election is upon us? Madam President, we note in this budget an additional $12 million for hospital expansion. How many times have we had to break down and rebuild the hospital? How many more times is our debt going to be increased because of the need to complete the hospital? Madam President, we note also in the estimates an additional $300,000 for water taxi enhancements. Madam President, this project at the onset, at the groundbreaking, it was indicated that $6 million was provided for the entire project. We have now learned, Madam President, that we have phase 1 and phase 2, and perhaps in next year's budget, we would see a need for a phase 3. One must question, why is the debt so high? Madam President, the Newcastle Police Station still cannot hold the fire truck that it was designed to build. I managed to glimpse in the estimates $550,000 allocated for upgrade of police services. Now, Madam President, you would understand that I only got sight of the estimates yesterday, and so I have gone through to try to address some of the reasons why I find that the debt is so high. Madam President, the Nevis Investment Promotion Agency was established to identify and promote new investment opportunities. The agency has a staff of approximately 5 persons, a board of directors, and consultants. So one must ask, why is it necessary to hire a consultant or an advisor to the Premier on investment matters? Madam President, we must question how many investors were brought in by the Nevis Investment Promotion Agency. Where is the information to indicate that the revenues from the NIP, the Nevis Investment Promotion Agency, is relative to the operation of the entity? And Madam President, I would say that our debt continues to increase because of the misuse and mismanagement of the public funds. And I once heard a story about a young man who said he needed an increase in pay because he has 3 kids. Well, I must say that this is no different than some of our leaders who takes a loan to pay a loan and submits a budget where the proposed total expenditure year after year is greater than the proposed or anticipated revenues. Madam President, for 2023, the total expenditure proposed is $261.6 million, and the proposed recurrent revenue is $146.5 million, clearly indicating the dependence on the CBI proceeds to satisfy the deficit. Madam President, it was reported that the CBI revenue in St. Kitts was easy $542,553,000 in 2023. It is reported that the CBI proceeds to Nevis is $66 million. And so, Madam President, I must ask the question. The new Labour government that has been elected on August 5, 2022, has been in office from then until now. And where is the urgency? Where is the continued request for Nevis's fair share of CBI proceeds? Madam President, I must say to you that our demise here in Nevis really hinges on a lack of transparency and on a lack of completed projects. And we cannot afford to go into 2023 with the thoughts of having more incomplete projects, more delayed projects, and more projects that are over budget. Madam President, I bring to the fore the airport project, Vance Armory International Airport project. The question must be asked, with all that have been presented, piecemeal information, we have heard of a road improvement project that cannot be completed because of the alignment to accommodate the airport. We've heard of the extension of the airport in the area of Nevis. But, Madam President, the question must be asked, how can one finalize negotiations when the project has not been subjected to an environmental and social impact assessment report? Because these are the ways in which the public can have some input. These are the ways in which you would identify whether or not the economic benefits of the project outweigh the environmental damage that may occur. And so, Madam President, the lack of transparency on projects and the modus operandi of this government to present projects when they're done, when they have finalized within Cabinet how they would want to proceed with them, creates confusion and creates anxiety and creates uncertainty. And Madam President, I can say to you that investors have spoken with me, wanting to know what is the plan for the airport extension project. How long must we wait before we know whether or not we can invest in certain areas of Nevis? Because, you see, in most developed countries, where governance is key and where governance matters, you would generally see a public meeting. You would usually see where the cabinet or the government decides that there is a need to revitalize the airport. And once that need has been determined, then proposals would be requested from near and far. And when those proposals have been received, then the proper process would be to have a public consultation so that developers can present their model or their approach for revitalizing the airport in this instance. But in this case, Madam President, no such undertaking was made. And so the people of Nevis must sit back and wait and wonder. Investors coming into the country must wait and wonder what is going to be the final outcome. And Madam President, when you have development projects and they do not go through the due process, there is no accountability because one does not know what are the deliverables, what is the expected outcome. And that is why we have projects that start, and once they've started and there's an overrun in the budget, you would then find out, oh, that was just phase one, and now we have phase two. But when projects are presented to the public in the way that our ordinances require, then you minimize that risk of having over budget. And so, Madam President, I would say to you, as far as the airport project is concerned, there is a major concern, there's a major issue with regards to what are the details. When is the public going to find out? Is it when the deal is already signed and then we understand, well, it's too late because we cannot afford to lose all of this investment? That is not the way to develop a country, Madam President. And that is why we continue to have these incompleted projects. Madam President, there's another matter that is of concern, and that has to do with the judge's ruling in the Ocean Reef Resort case, where the question of the juridical status of the NIA was brought into question, and whether or not the NIA can be sued or can sue. And so, Madam President, these are questions that we would want to have addressed, because it would be very unfair, I think, on behalf of those developers with the best intentions to come in to negotiate projects, but there's still uncertainty as to whether or not the NIA can enter into these contracts on its own. Madam President, we are aware of geothermal energy development. We are aware that the OAS report since 2004 would have indicated that Nevis has an excellent supply of geothermal energy. And so we are here and we have heard about a letter that was signed, and that was the only reason why geothermal energy was not developed prior to 2022. Madam President, we know that the Caribbean Development Bank has been in negotiations with the NIA for a long period of time, even during the NRP administration. We are aware of concessionary funding that was available. In fact, Madam President, there is a regional project entitled FP020 under the Green Climate Fund that was allocated to investigate and to explore geothermal development in St. Kitts and Nevis. And we are at a position now, Madam President, after wasting all of those years, and as we would have heard, we're nearing the end of negotiations. We are finalizing negotiations. There's just one glitch. And so year after year after year, the geothermal project was delayed, and we ended up in a situation, Madam President, where the unnecessary burden on the people of Nevis with regards to high energy surcharges could have been avoided had the government taken the necessary steps in the first instance. As I said before, Madam President, the captain of the ship must know when to change direction and not continue on a path of oblivion. Madam President, the concern that we have is that the airport expansion project is a needed project. Geothermal energy development is a needed project, and we cannot afford for these two major projects to be fumbled the way that the Munda track was developed without the completion, the way that the water taxi facility was developed without a proper waiting area, the way that the Newcastle police station was developed and the fire truck cannot fit. And so, Madam President, we are saying to you that our demise right now, and the reason why we have this high debt, is because the projects are not properly managed. And so we see what has been presented in the budget with regards to the airport, very minute detail, and with regards to geothermal energy. And we're saying, Madam President, we cannot afford to let the government be unaccountable. We cannot afford to let the government not determine what the outcome and the deliverables would be at the initial stages. Madam President, we speak about the need, or the budget spoke about the need for food security. And we look at our fishers and farmers who need insurance options because of their high vulnerability to hurricanes, droughts, and natural disasters. They need upgraded equipment and facilities. And as we go around the island and we look at the fish landing sites, you would see them, say for Newcastle Bay, pretty much the same as they were back in 1980s, in the 1990s, and 2000s. Madam President, we speak about food security, and we know that as a small island developing state, our marine resources and our ocean space is much larger than our land space. We know also that the marine resources and the marine environment contribute significantly to our economy. Madam President, when we speak about food security, and we have a measly 6.73% of the annual budget allocated to the Ministry of Agriculture, I must say that that amount, we need a lot more food. The fishers at Jones Bay, Madam President, are being displaced because of the water taxi parking facilities. And if we are speaking about food security, we must ensure that our fishers have proper places to ply their trade. And so the fishers at Jones Bay, who store their boats in an area that has been recently acquired, have been asked to move their boats with no discussion, no accommodation, no support as to where they can relocate their boats to. The fishers at Newcastle Bay are under threat because of the airport expansion. The fishers at Gallows Bay are competing with the cruise ship arrivals because you would hear on the radio, each time a cruise ship is coming in, the fishers are asked to remove their boats. And so at Indian Castle, we know that they're seriously challenged by sargassum. The fishers at Jessop's Bay, they cannot access the bay when there is heavy rain because the road floods. And the fishers at Long Haul, I think they're the worst off. They have nothing at all to support their fisheries. And so, Madam President, when we speak about food security and being serious about promoting food security, we must provide the necessary support to our fishers and to our farmers. Madam President, I move to the issue of tourism, where hotel development and tourism attractions that are appealing to the discerning traveler are essential. Nevis naturally is what people expect to see. But when our natural environment is threatened by unplanned development, we are losing the very thing that we are trying to encourage the tourists to come here and enjoy. The Nisbet Hotel would likely be impacted by the airport expansion project. The Windham project was stifled. The one and only development project incorporated government representatives in its board. The H-Strip Candy Resort is where the unusual happened. And so, Madam President, it appears that the lack of proper planning and foresight has prevented the development of a tourism industry here on Nevis. It is not because investors have not come. They have come. I have spoken with a number of them. But the red tape and the bureaucracy and the lack of understanding the importance of balancing the economy with the environment has created much frustration for a number of developers who ultimately pack up and leave. Madam President, tourism is touted as the main engine of our economy. And when we see a budget where 3.63% of the annual budget is allocated to tourism, we must question how serious is this government about developing tourism here in Nevis. Madam President, we speak of education, and we look at what is required in our schools. And we know that our students struggle with math and English. But yet in the budget, you see no programs to correct deficiencies in English and math at the primary level. The IMF report that was published in 2021 recommends strengthening human resource capacity through focused training. We must identify what the problems are and then provide the focused training to overcome those challenges. We understand from the budget presentation that preparations will shortly commence for construction of a community college. However, in perusing the estimates, there is no allocation that has been made for such an entity. Madam President, when we look at the need for data collection, it is needed in every sphere. It is needed in education, and most definitely it is needed in the health sector. And so in order for a government to adequately respond to the diseases and the causes of death that are in our country, we must have proper data collection. Madam President, in the budget, we see 18.8% allocated to health. And the benchmark, the desired benchmark for health in an annual budget is at 25%. And so, Madam President, we easily say that our health is our wealth. And so, Madam President, this budget really should put some more wealth into the health. We still see no plans for dialysis, and so many of our people continue to suffer and continue to struggle to travel over to St. Kitts for dialysis treatment. And this is especially painful, Madam President, because we know that dialysis equipment was placed at the Alexandria Hospital and allowed to rot under this government. Madam President, we speak of improving health care, and we still to this day must wait in the area of St. James's and St. George's for an ambulance to travel from Charlestown to those distant areas and then back to Charlestown. Madam President, I think it would have been useful to at least make some provision to have ambulatory services stationed in some of these areas so that in the event that someone is critically ill, the ambulance is much closer to move them to the hospital. And so, Madam President, I cannot move from health without speaking of the state of the expansion of the hospital. Again, a project that has been over budget, has been delayed, and of course, Madam President, if we are serious about health care, the expansion of the hospital would be given priority, very high priority in terms of completion. Madam President, when we look at social development, when we look at the social safety nets that we have, Madam President, it is important, and it ought to be a priority, that single parents, single mothers especially, must be given opportunities to be successful. We recognized, Madam President, that during the COVID-19 period, a number of our women, single mothers, were severely impacted because many of them would have worked in the hospitality industry, and when the hotels were closed, they were unable to gain an income. They still had to eat. They still had to take care of their children. And Madam President, the level of social support and social safety nets that we see in this budget is woefully inadequate. As we look at the roads, Madam President, and infrastructure, we do appreciate the need for roads. And we do appreciate the improvements that have been made to the Island Main Road between Cliff Dwellers and I guess it would be to Mount Nevis Hotel. I must say, however, that having roads without the necessary revenues, where one must rely on additional loans to increase the debt, indicates that something is not working right. And Madam President, when we look at the budget and we look at the proposal to complete the Butler's Road, I do pray for the good people of Butlers that the road would be completed during this budget cycle. And for the people in Bath Village, the intricacies that are there. I've been to Bath a number of times and really have not seen that much in the way of intricacies. But since that has been a reason for the delay of the Bath Road, I do pray that the Bath Road can be completed, and all of the other roads, Madam President. Now, the South Coast Road feasibility study, certainly that is something that should be pursued. It is something, just like geothermal, that was considered under the NRP government, and we understand the importance of opening up that road to increase commercial activity and to facilitate transportation, and not just transportation on land, but inter-island, because many times we know when people are traveling to Montserrat or Antigua, the fishers in the Indian Castle area do not have a proper landing facility. And so, Madam President, it would be good if when some of these projects are being presented, they're presented in a holistic way, where one takes into consideration the overall objective rather than to provide a piecemeal. But Madam President, in the last budget, it was indicated that a feasibility study was to be completed. I have not heard or seen that that study was completed. And again, it speaks to the availability of information to the general public with regards to the plans for the development of Nevis. And while a government is elected to represent the people, it is not a dictatorship, Madam President. It is not a situation where you must do what I do and say as I say. It is a situation where you must include and must encourage public participation for the development of our island, Madam President. Now, when we look at the roads and we look at the increased debt to be able to fix these roads, Madam President, there are ways that some of these roads can be incorporated into climate mitigation projects. And Madam President, these are some of the things that would take work in order to identify how you can incorporate road stabilization into an ecosystem-based type management, because then you would not have to run to the bank and increase the debt, because most of these climate mitigation projects would be based on grant funding. And Madam President, it is not just because we're trying to get away from the debt. We must also understand that job creation is a primary function of your government, and we must be able to provide opportunities for our people to work. And so when we say that the blue economy and the green economy and the creative economy are the highways to building sustainable cities and sustainable communities, it is the ability to incorporate your land-based activities with your marine activities to help build resilience to the impacts of climate change. And so, Madam President, I would just like to let the members on the other side know that there are more ways to develop the island than to take a loan each time that a project is required. Madam President, the lack of transparency is a matter that I have spoken about significantly. Because if we do not know the expected outcome, then we cannot say that a project was delivered. Now, when we look at the way that our Constitution is established, and we know that there's some separation of powers. We know that the federal government has certain responsibilities, and the NIA has certain exclusive rights. Now, Madam President, in going through the budget, I would have recognized that the author went to great lengths to point out that step workers are included in the St. employment numbers and not in the Nevis employment numbers. And maybe it's just a matter of clarification or expounding, but within the budget, we recognize that there is 150,000 capital project allocation for the program under the Premier's ministry. And so, if it is that it is a federal program and the step workers are included in the St. employment numbers, perhaps just a bit of clarification of the $150,000 in the Nevis budget for the step workers. Madam President, I mentioned earlier about the upgrade of police services budgeted at $550,000 in the NIA budget. Now, I think most of us are aware that national security and police is under the remit of the federal government. And while we can appreciate that we would want to help our brothers and our sisters on Nevis, I find it quite interesting that we can allocate our very scarce resources to meet national requirements and at the same time asking for our fair share. And so it seems to me, Madam President, that on one hand, we want our fair share of CBI proceeds, but on the other hand, we are using our limited resources to carry out the functions of the federal government. And so, Madam President, I think that it is time for us to exercise good governance as much as we can. And because of the closeness of the two islands and the way that certain programs are run, it allows for misunderstanding of who exactly is responsible. And so I would have heard the Prime Minister speak of having a federal building or reestablishing the federal building here. And I think this is something that would help to separate the NIA activities from the federal government, from the federal programs. And so, Madam President, we know that the CBI program, it's a program that is managed primarily out of St. Kitts. However, we do have developers in Nevis who would want to participate in the CBI program. Now, Madam President, it is at a disadvantage for the developers of Nevis. It's a disadvantage for those persons who are participating in federal programs to have to journey to St. Kitts with a federal office in Nevis that provides the federal services in Nevis. It provides the citizens of Nevis a better opportunity to understand and relate to these programs. Madam President, for example, the ambassadors to St. Kitts and Nevis are stationed in St. Kitts. And to visit one of the ambassadors, whether it's even for a school visit so that the school children can get a better understanding of the roles of the ambassadors, it would be more practical if there's a federal building where ambassadors can come on a schedule, whether it's once per month or however often. And so our citizens in Nevis can benefit more from having access to federal services, so to speak. Saying that to say, Madam President, that when we speak of the need for good governance, it is important for us to understand which programs are under the federal program and which programs are under the the NIA. Now, Madam President, as I come to a close, I want to assure you that under NRP, we can better manage the affairs of Nevis and take more pride in developing the landscape of Nevis in accordance with the high standards that are characteristic of the NRP. Look at the Four Seasons Hotel. Look at NEPAC. Look at the parking facilities at NEPAC. Carefully planned development. Madam President, under NRP, our focus will be capitalizing on our natural resources with a primary focus to develop Nevis as a model small island development state of sustainability and climate resilience. Madam President, the construction of an artificial reef, for example, capitalizing on our natural resources, will be beneficial in a number of ways. We here in Nevis suffer from eroding coastlines, and we know that natural reefs provide a natural barrier and prevent or minimizes or reduces shoreline erosion. And so constructing an artificial reef, which is certainly in keeping with building resilience to the impacts of climate change, would not only be beneficial to our eroding shoreline, but also to our fisheries industry. Because once you have an artificial reef, it creates new habitat. And as you build more of these reefs, you're able to replenish your fisheries. And so when we speak about food security, these are some of the things that we ought to do, Madam President. Not only would an artificial reef contribute to protecting our shoreline and contribute to our fisheries industry, but it will also contribute to our tourism industry, Madam President. Because you see, when you design an artificial reef, it is designed in such a way that it creates a unique appeal, an appeal that would attract tourists to come and explore that reef. And so, Madam President, when you look at the various job opportunities that can be created with that one single activity to develop the blue economy, we can see that we are providing a cross-section of job opportunities. Madam President, our people deserve opportunities to sustain themselves. Small businesses must be incentivized to remain open. As of today, Madam President, small businesses are still struggling to keep their doors open while still having to pay the high NEVLEC surcharge. Madam President, we have been exposed and we have seen the benefits of utilizing renewable energy. Madam President, when we incentivize small businesses and they keep their doors open, we contribute to the economy and we have a sustainable investment in those areas. Madam President, I say to you that we recognize that there has been, unfortunately, some incidents of crime. This is not something that any one of us would want to see or that we would welcome. But, Madam President, when we speak about crime prevention, simply putting CCTV cameras to detect criminals is not a solution. Crime prevention, Madam President, should be addressed through programs, social programs, to have prevention, rehabilitation, and skills training. Now, Madam President, when we look at the state of our economy in Nevis, when we recognize that we have an increasing debt burden. When we recognize that there is no sustainable development, we understand that we must take a new direction. Madam President, while we speak of food security, and while we would want to ensure that we provide or we minimize the external shocks that we must deal with, the poultry industry was recommended or proposed. And Madam President, when one really looks at the poultry industry, while it will provide or stop a gap, so to speak, there really is still a huge external shock that must be looked at with regards to the feed for the birds. And also, Madam President, there must be the understanding that in raising chicken, it is not recommended that you have them all in one area or in close proximity to each other, because one disease can certainly wipe out the entire industry. And so we do trust that while the effort is made to introduce a new industry to contribute to food security, we do hope that the fishers and the farmers who have been toiling and who contribute so much to the food security can receive some benefits from the proposed budget so that they can continue their livelihoods. May it please you, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honorable Member for Nevis 4, who spoke well within your time. Thank you for your presentation. I recognize the Honorable Member for Nevis 3.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And Madam President, I rise to make my contribution to the bill before this Honorable House, the Nevis Appropriation Bill 2023. And Madam President, I came today expecting a very robust debate in this Honorable House, as has been the case over the years. But as I sat there and I listened to the response from the opposition to such a magnificent budget address that was presented here in this Honorable House yesterday by the Minister of Finance and by the Premier of Nevis, I must say that I'm a little disappointed in the response. Very, not little, very disappointed. Thank you for the correction. Very disappointed in the response. But I will get a little bit later to part of the response. But for now, Madam President, I want to speak to this Honorable House as I respond to the budget, the presentation yesterday, and as I make my submission regarding what is happening in my ministry. And I must say that in this new dispensation, I have been given a new mandate, I've been given a new ministry that I intend to lead and lead with distinction. For the past 5 years, Madam President, I was with another ministry, and I think I did well. And I'm hoping that I'll do even better in this ministry that I've been placed in charge of. Thank you, sir. Madam President, I now hold the portfolio for agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture. And I will speak at length about what is happening in agriculture, because I think it was said by the member opposite how important food security is, and we all are aware of how important food security is, Madam President. And because of the fact that food security is so important, this administration, this CCM-led Nevis Island administration, has been placing a lot of emphasis on food security. And it even came to the fore more during the COVID-19 pandemic. And so, Madam President, this administration and the Ministry of Agriculture, which was so ably led by the former minister and the member for Nevis 11 in the federal parliament, the Honorable Alexis Jeffers, he ably led that ministry. And he has passed the baton to me, and I intend to do it, continue that momentum that we had when he was there for the past 5 years. Madam President, whatever we do in this administration, it's always about proper planning. And it's always about not only proper planning, but sometimes consulting. It's always about transparency, because I don't know if there's another administration in the Caribbean that is transparent as this one. And so, Madam President, we are very strategic in whatever we do in the agricultural sector. And of course, we know that agriculture, the sector, the department, is charged with food security and food sovereignty, as was pointed out yesterday. And so, we have seen over the past couple of years a resurgence in agriculture. We have seen a greater interest in that sector, especially from our young people, which we are happy for. And we are hoping that that could continue, because young people and everybody is realizing that money is to be made from agriculture. Money is in the sector, because we must eat. No matter what we do, we must eat. And so practically everything we eat on a daily basis is from agriculture. And so money is there to be made. And so we've seen this resurgence. We've seen a practical revolutionizing of the agricultural sector. And because we have seen that, this administration, Madam President, this CCM-led Nevis Island administration has been putting its support, its outstanding support behind that sector. I'm sure we would all recall that during the COVID-19 pandemic, farmers, fishers, everybody involved in that sector were benefiting tremendously. Many of them got free seeds, free seedlings, and you hear the word free? F-R-E-E, free seeds, free seedlings, free land preparation, free fencing wire, free labor, free fertilizer, free water and water concession, free fish pot wire for our fishermen, free feed for our livestock farmers. You hear how much things I've outlined there free? Madam President, because we are serious about this thing. We are serious about agriculture. Free shade houses too. There's so many free things I can't even remember all. But this administration put its support behind agriculture because we are aware of how important it is. And Madam President, we have had a coordinated approach to the development of this sector, a coordinated approach. And so, we have seen a steady and a consistent increase in products, livestock.
Honourable Member, I don't mean to interrupt your speech, but please adjust your mic so the technicians can hear you. Down.
Down. Thank you, Madam President. So, Madam President, we've seen a coordinated approach. We've seen a steady and a consistent increase in crop and livestock production, Madam President. We've seen a consistent improvement or an increase in technology-based agriculture. We've heard of the greenhouse production. Last year alone, we saw 3 new greenhouses on the landscape, bringing it to 25. For a small island like Nevis, with 25 greenhouses, and the output that is coming from these greenhouses, Madam President, I don't think people in Nevis realize the impact that these greenhouses are making. When we drive up on the island's main road towards Hosford, and we look on the left there, when we see the size of the greenhouse that is there, and when we imagine the output that is coming from these greenhouses, Madam President, a coordinated approach fully supported by the government. Madam President, I said it's a coordinated approach because a part of that coordinated approach, we have also established a 35-acre fruit orchard at Indian Castle. Kudos to the Honorable Alexis Jeffers again. Yes. Kudos to him. And Madam President, if you haven't gone, I'm inviting you to go and have a look. Go and visit. And I'm inviting all the folks here in the gallery, those of you who haven't gone, and the members of the opposition as well. Those of you who haven't gone, you need to go. Because, when everybody who goes there, they are in awe as to what is taking place down there at Indian Castle. 35 acres. And Madam President, we're not staying there now because we're going to be expanding as well. And so, as I'm saying, it's a coordinated approach. And part of that coordinated approach as well, Madam President, we are also committed to a federal, what is called St. Kitts and Nevis Agricultural Growth and Transformation Strategy. It was developed in 2021, and it's for 10 years. Also, again, kudos to the Honorable Alexis Jeffers. He's the one who would have started it, and I have taken the baton. And so we are having a lot of coordination and collaboration between the Ministry and the Department of Agriculture in Nevis and the Ministry and the Department of Agriculture in St. Kitts. Because we believe there are synergies there, there are niche markets to be developed, but we must collaborate. We are 2 islands, 1 paradise. Madam President, a part of that coordinated approach as well, we are also, as a part of the Federation, committed to a CARICOM initiative that is called the 25 by 25. What that simply means, Madam President, is that CARICOM agriculture ministers would have met and they would have come up with this initiative because we realize in the region that our food import bill is massive. Massive. Here in St. Kitts and Nevis alone, it's how many million it is? I think it's probably $150 million for St. Kitts and Nevis alone. And the agriculture ministers, they have decided that it is time for the islands, the Caribbean islands, to put a dent into the import bill. Because we want some of that monies that are going overseas to import products for us to eat, we can grow them right here in the region. And so they're saying that they want to cut the import bill by 25% by the year 2025. And so that is what this 25 by 25 initiative that we are committed to is all about. And so we are in discussion in the Department and the Ministry of Agriculture. We are in discussion with the Department and Ministry of Agriculture in St. Kitts because we are going to decide what crops, what livestock products we are going to focus on in order to make a dent in that 25 by 25 to see how we can cut back. We have spoken about the broiler industry, which I'll go into a little later on as well. And that is one way that we know Nevis will make a significant impact into cutting back that massive import bill that we have for chickens only. And so we are discussing what crops we're going to utilize to see how we can further make a dent, because the excellent work that we are already doing on the island of Nevis where agriculture is concerned, the crops that we are producing, the livestock products that we are producing, we are already making a significant dent into what is being imported into the island, now in Nevis as well as in Kitts and Nevis. And so we are in discussion where that is concerned. And so, Madam President, I like when I come to the House I come with facts and figures. Yes. I come with facts and figures, and that is what everybody on this side does.
No speculation.
No speculation. We come with facts and figures. And so, Madam President, as I make my contribution, I want to delve into some things, because I want to say here, and let it be known, that great things are happening in my ministry. Great things are happening. And the results and the facts and the figures are here that I'm going to present today. When people say that nothing is happening in Nevis, we're going to dispel that today. We're going to dispel that today. Because great things are happening in my ministry. And what I'm going to present is only the tip of the iceberg, you know. Because when the member for Nevis 1 comes, and when the 2 senators come, we will realize that great things are happening on the island of Nevis. Madam President, let's look at what is happening at the abattoir. Now, the meat produced in 2022 was 175,408.75 pounds. When compared to 2021, at 154,711 pounds, a 13.4% increase was recorded. Beef in 2021 was recorded at 23,669 pounds, while at 2022, it was 36,079 pounds, a 52% increase. Increase in pork was 66,474 pounds in 2021, and in 2022, 69,579 pounds, an increase of 4.7%. Madam President, all increases. Things are happening. Amen. Madam President, local chicken in 2021, there was 7,439 pounds. And in 2022, 12,679 pounds. You know what that represents? A 70.4% increase. 70.4% increase. Things are happening on Nevis. Value-added products increased in total by 7% with 38,750 pounds in 2021, and it went up to 41,477 in 2022. Madam President, I'm sure persons who are here and persons who are listening know that at Christmas we do this thing called ham. They send out a notice every year, and the ham is a big deal. Local ham is a big deal on Nevis. The smoked ham saw the largest increase of 57.5%, 4,272 pounds in 2021. It went up to 6,729 in 2022. I know the member for Nevis too, and the Premier loves pork. And I believe he would have probably bought a couple hundred pounds of that ham. I just believe, I don't know. Madam President, farmers' payments in 2021 was $483,196.62. In 2022, a total of 643,000. I hope people are listening, you know. $643,993.72. A 33.3% increase. Yeah, people are making money. Farmers are, you hear what I just said? The farmers in 2022 from the abattoir received $643,000, over $500,000. And we're not happening in this? Oh, Lord have mercy. Madam President, within the year, work has commenced on what is called an aging room at the abattoir. Because the excellent work that is being done there, we get better every year. And every year we add products to the long list that we already have. And so very soon we'll be selling aged meat here on the island of Nevis.
Aged meat?
Yes, sir. Look it up. Go on Google. Madam President, I want to bring some more figures because I like to come with me facts. I love to come with facts. In 2022, the beef produced at the abattoir, 36,079 pounds. Mutton, 59,333 pounds. Pork, 69,579 pounds. And of course, I would have spoken about the 643,000 that the farmers would have received from the abattoir. Now, Madam President, I am sure that a lot of persons here on the island of Nevis would have tried some of the products at the abattoir. Because in agriculture, we believe that apart from just selling the raw material, that it's always good as well to do some value-added products. And that is one of the strengths we have at the abattoir as well, the value-added products. And right now, the abattoir is actually producing 22 items. 22 items. I mean, I could probably run through just a couple of them here. They're producing smoked ham, smoked chicken, smoked beef, ground beef, beef patties, chicken patties, rotisserie chicken, ground chicken, beef sausages, pork bacon, chicken sausages, and the list goes on and on. 22 items, Madam President. And I just want to highlight a couple of them. I want to highlight a couple of them that were outstanding in the last year in terms of what we produced. We spoke about the smoked hams already, 6,729 pounds. Smoked chicken, 1,166 pounds. Beef patties, 3,664 pounds. And, Madam President, we cannot keep up with the demands for these products at the supermarket level, as well as at the home level. We cannot keep up. Rotisserie chicken, 3,953 pounds. Just highlighting some, Madam President. Tripe, 2,166 pounds. And I don't know if people know what tripe is, but tripe is the intestines of the animals. Ground pork, 1,384 pounds. Because as I said, Madam President, it is important that people are aware of what is happening in the Department and the Ministry of Agriculture. And it is important that people are aware that in the agriculture sector, we are moving. We have momentum. We have serious momentum, Madam President, serious momentum, not only in agriculture, but the whole administration, Madam President. Madam President, it is also important for us to look at the figures with regards to our butchers, our supermarkets, and the public in terms of the meat that is processed at the abattoir. And in 2022, we cut 40,818 pounds for butchers. In terms of stuff that went to the supermarkets, 10,886. And for the general public, 117,062 pounds. Serious work, serious things happening in agriculture. Madam President, as we speak about the livestock sector, as we spoke about the abattoir, we are also making some strides in the livestock sector in general. We realize that meats are always in demand, always in demand. We never have enough, as a matter of fact, always in demand, especially our expo that is coming up next month. The demand is going to go up even more. And so we are looking at what is happening, and we are speaking to our livestock farmers, and our livestock farmers are saying, listen, we want improved breeds. We want improved breeds in sheep and goats. We want improved breeds in pigs in particular. And so we have embarked on an initiative where we have built some units at Madden's. And we have built a facility there. We've built a small ruminant breeding unit, and that will take care of our sheep and goats. And we have also built a piggery to have improved breeds of pigs for our farmers. A piggery. Yes. Right? You're learning a lot of things today, you know. All right? Now, the facility that we constructed at Madden's, the small ruminant breeding unit, was at a cost of $182,522. We are putting money into this sector because we know we want the sector to grow. We know the potential that is there. Now, crop production. Now, during last year, the accumulated acreage planted by both farmers and government was 64.83 acres, yielding an approximately 783,579.5 pounds of vegetables. Things are happening, Madam President. And not only things are happening, but good things are happening on the island of Nevis. Great things are happening in the agricultural sector. Madam President, if I can highlight some of the poundage for some of our crops here for 2022. Cabbage, we had a total yield of 52,000 pounds. Cantaloupe and honeydew, 75,000 pounds. Pumpkin, 108,000 pounds. I'm sorry, no, I'm wrong. 20,000 pounds. Pumpkin, 89,000 pounds. Sweet potato, 66,000 pounds. Tomato, 89,000 pounds. Watermelon, 164,000 pounds. Madam President, I said I came armed with my figures because it is important that when we speak facts. It is important that we speak facts. Madam President, we have a marketing unit at the Department of Agriculture. And that unit is responsible for marketing a lot of our crops for our farmers. And during the last year, a total throughput of 96,584 pounds of produce was channeled through the marketing unit. Our farmers who would have benefited from this initiative, the payment increased by 12.1% from $195,684 in 2021 to $219,584 in 2022. Madam President, good things are happening in agriculture. Great things are happening in Nevis. Another sector in agriculture that excites me, because so much good things is happening there as well, is the agro-processing unit. Madam President, a total amount of raw products used in 2022 was 22,665.4 pounds, with a value of $65,206, when compared to the 2021 total, which was 14.676 pounds, valuing $31,688. You know what that represents, Madam President? It represents a 54% increase in terms of the raw materials used. And it also represents a 103.8% increase in terms of the monies, in terms of the income. So, Madam President, things are happening. Madam President, I can also report that production also increased in some areas. Pulp. We hear a lot about pulp every year. I know the former minister, the Honorable Alexis Jeffers, he always came and spoke about the mango pulp and the different pulp that we have at the Agro-Processing Center. And I'm here to continue that bragging because it deserves to be bragged about. Production of pulp increased by 34.3%. The processing unit produces something called lollies that the children love, ice lollies. That increased by 41.5%. And chips, our agro-processing unit is producing chips, cassava chips, sweet potato chips, plantain chips, all kind of chips. And that chips production increased by 488%. Yes, you heard me right? 488.9% increase. Because you know what? Our chips are in all of the supermarkets now. Our chips are now being served at the prestigious Four Seasons Resort. Our chips are being served at some of our hotels on the island. And so, Madam President, when people can go to the length and breadth of this island and say nothing is happening on the island of Nevis, this chips production here alone tells you that things are happening on the island of Nevis. And good things are happening on the island of Nevis as well, Madam President. We are coming with facts. These are not made-up figures, you know. These are not made-up figures. This is production happening up at Prospect in the Agro-Processing Center. Madam President, for 2022, overall input payments were $149,980, representing a 47.8% increase from 2021. Total sales for 2022 was $175,279, a 75.3% increase. You notice everything I say is increase, right? I'm tired said the word increase by now. Because everything going up. It means we are providing the support for the sector. And we are seeing the results of the support that we are providing. Growth. Yes, it's happening, Madam President, here on Nevis. Madam President, let me give you a little snapshot of some of the things that up at the Agro-Processing Center, my list here suggests that we are producing at least 19 items. The lollies in 2022, we produced 20,222. 20,222 lollies. The drinks, we produced 4,213. The pulp, 3,206 pounds. Chips, I just spoke about the chips. 4,829 bags of chips. All happening up at Prospect. Tamarind balls, 2,133. Madam President, I must give commendation to the staff at all of the units at the Department of Agriculture, because we are seeing the results of their hard work, and we are seeing the results of the support, the requisite support that is being provided by the CCM-led Nevis Island administration, Madam President. Madam President, I know we heard a lot of talk about the fishery sector as well. And the fishermen have been receiving support from this administration as well. I spoke about what took place during the COVID-19 pandemic. And yes, we have been working along with the fishermen. We know that they need assistance and upgrades at some of the landing sites, but we have been working with them. We have been providing substantial support as well to the Nevis Fishermen Supplies Cooperative Society right there in Charlestown. Substantial support, Madam President. And Madam President, I spoke about some of the things that are happening in agriculture, but let us look quickly at some of the plans that we have for agriculture. Madam President, because this sector is growing so tremendously, because it is assisting in providing food security and food sovereignty, over the years, the Department of Agriculture has had a signature event called the Open Day. which I believe everybody on the island normally attends. And that event has been so successful over the years, Madam President, that for 2023, it's no longer the Agriculture Open Day. For 2023, it's the Agri-Expo, right? It's no longer the open day, it's the Agri-Expo. You know why? Because we realize that the agricultural sector touches everybody and it touches everything. And we are always looking for those linkages that exist between agriculture and all of the other sectors. We are aware that there's an excellent linkage between agriculture and the tourism. But agriculture is linked to practically every sector on the island of Nevis. And so for this year, rather than just having an open day, we are focusing on agriculture. We are focusing on all the different sectors that feed into agriculture. And so we are having what we call this year the Agri-Expo. And that event is slated, and I want everybody to put this on their calendars. Everybody who is listening, everybody who is watching, everybody who is here in this gallery and here, the dates for the Agri-Expo is March 30th and the 31st. It will be taking place at the ETW Park. And trust me, Madam President, if we thought that the open day used to be good in the past, wait until we see what happens for Agri-Expo this year. Wait until we see what happens to Agri-Expo this year. And so the ETW Park will once again come alive for 2 days, March 30th and the 31st. I want to remind persons who are interested in booths that registration is open. You can go to the Department of Agriculture during normal working hours and register to get a booth so that you can participate. Because what we normally see over the years is that people always sometimes wait until the last minute. You put the notice out, registration is open, and people are going to wait until a week before. But for proper planning and for proper execution of this activity, we must have people come in and register in advance. And so I am asking persons, don't be calling the minister 2 days before, say, I want a booth, please, because I won't be able to help you at that time. Because we do have people like that, you know, they will call in the last minute and say, please, fit me in. But we have to do proper planning. We have to do proper layout of the area. And so we're asking persons who are interested in Agri-Expo to kindly go and register at the Department of Agriculture. Now, we will have our usual Agriculture Awareness Month, where we highlight everything agriculture that is normally in May. And I'm happy to say it was started under my tenure as the PS and Honorable Alexis Jeffers as the Minister of Agriculture. That is an initiative that we started together, and I'm happy that we are continuing on an annual basis. Now, Madam President, we spoke about the broiler industry. And I have to tip my hat once again to Honorable Alexis Jeffers, because he is the one who pushed and pushed and pushed, and he insisted. He wasn't stopping at anything. Right, member for Nevis too? He wasn't stopping at every time we were together. He spoke about this broiler. He spoke about the local chicken. He spoke about it. I believe he does speak about it in his sleep and all.
Think so?
Yeah, because he was just so excited about this thing, this broiler industry.
So that happens when you love Nevis.
Yes, that happens when you love Nevis. And you're a committed servant of the people of Nevis. Right? And that is what we are over on this side. Committed servants of the people of Nevis. We are the ordained stewards of the island of Nevis.
What is it?
We are the ordained stewards of the island of Nevis. And because we are the ordained steward of the island of Nevis, we will ensure that this nice island, this paradise, this Queen City, will always be at the center of all of what we do. People will always matter most where we are concerned. And so, Madam President, we have this great plan for the broiler industry on the island of Nevis. And it's not just about plan, you know. We already start to execute the plan as well. We already start to execute the plan. And so my ministry would have already invested some monies in a turnkey broiler processing unit that will be shipped from the United Kingdom. It will be arriving here on the island hopefully by the end of March. And so we've already expended about 260,000 US dollars. We mean business, Madam President. We mean business in agriculture on the island of Nevis. And this administration is putting the money behind it as well. We just don't talk. We just don't talk. We act. We act, Madam President. And so we have invested in this processing unit. And this processing unit will be able to process between 700 to 800 birds per day. Per hour. I know the Minister of Finance made a mistake yesterday and he said 700 to 800 birds per day. But it is per hour. 700 to 800 birds per hour. And we actually have one of the technicians who will be coming on island next month to look at where we're going to be putting the facility and so on. And the model that we have planned is that the ministry and the department, as we model with the abattoir, we will do the processing. And we will have the farmers who will be growing the chickens. That's not all. We are in the process of acquiring 60 acres of land so that we can make the land available to our farmers, our chicken farmers. And I must say as well that we've had excellent interest. We've had over 27 persons who have already come forward and say, I am interested. Because people realize, and some of them are young people, people realize that money is in this thing. So people realize, well, listen, I want to get in as well. And some of these persons who have indicated an interest, they have never done any agriculture in their life. But they realize, listen, there's a potential there. There's an opportunity there which I'm going to use. We are creating opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Senator. We are creating opportunities in this. The budget spoke about the opportunities we're creating, you know? So I was surprised when the member opposite, the member for Nevis 4 said that we are not creating up any opportunities. I don't know if she probably wasn't listening yesterday to the budget or listening attentively. But it is there in the print. It is there. Opportunities are being created for everybody, including our farmers. Yes. And so, Madam President, this system, as I said, and the reason why we decided, and the reason why we went along with what the Honorable Alexis Jeffers was saying, is that it comes back to this massive amount of money that we have to be spending. Because I believe everybody in Nevis eats chicken. Madam President is saying no. But almost everybody in Nevis eats chicken. It's the most popular meat by far consumed on the island of Nevis. And that's a fact. And so we believe that the investment is justified. And it is justified in the fact that we are spending millions of dollars overseas just to buy chicken every year. And so we are investing. We have invested in the processing unit. We will now, as I said, be acquiring the 60 acres of land. And I'm aware of what the member opposite said regarding the close proximity of the pens, but these are things that we are looking at as well. Reason why we have acquiring 60 acres, at least you will have some space between some of the farms as well, to have like a little buffer. And so we have looked at all of that, Madam President. Madam President, we will continue in 2023, to work with the 25 by 25 initiative. I spoke about that earlier, where we are trying to slash our import bill by 25% by the year 2025. And what we have heard being presented a while ago with respect to the chickens we are intending to produce, what we heard about what's happening at the abattoir, what we heard about what's happening at the agro-processing unit, what we heard about the throughput at the marketing unit, it shows that we are well on our way here on the island of Nevis to make a dent into the imports. We want more import substitution. We want more money to stay here on the island. We want the money to stay here. We want some of it to stay here. And that is why we have been investing so much in the ministry and the department and the sector of agriculture. Madam President, we will continue the excellent work that is being done at the Abattoir and the Agro-Processing Center, all of those areas. We will continue. We spoke about the first time we're going to be selling aged meat at the Abattoir. Madam President, we're moving up. We're moving to higher heights. Madam President, we will spoke about the establishment of the 35-acre orchard at Indian Castle. And we are not resting on our laurels because we are going to expand that orchard as well. We have already started the clearing of another 30 acres or so. And so Indian Castle will become a spectacle when it comes to fruit tree production. It's already there, and it's going to get even better. It's going to get even better, Madam President. And I have to speak a little bit about the orchard again, because when you go down there, the ambience that you get there, when you see all those, we know that we've had a problem with coconut trees on the island. We know that jelly water is in high demand. And so it's because, as I said, everything we do is strategy, you know. Everything we do is coordinated, you know, because we saw the demand for jelly water. And we decided, well, listen, we can plant some serious coconut trees down there at Indian Castle. And they are doing exceptionally well. And that is why I'm inviting everybody who haven't gone down there to go and take a visit. Madam President, we will try as much as possible to bring our breeding unit over at Madden's and the piggery into full production. We're going to operationalize it in 2023. And of course, we're going to continue to work on the aging room at the abattoir. And I want to say as well that I personally, I will pledge in this honorable house to rekindle and to reformalize that excellent arrangement that we had with the Four Seasons Resort and the marketing unit. It seems that we have lost our way to some extent. We still have an arrangement, but it is not as it used to be. Nevis was renowned for what is called the Nevis model, where we used every seminar and workshop we went into the region, we bragged about the Nevis model, where we had this arrangement, this almost perfect arrangement with the Four Seasons. And it started when they came, where we went and we got a list of all of what they require in terms of crops. And we decided, well, listen, we think we can do well in this, we think we can do well in that. And we had an arrangement where our farmers, we brought the farmers in, and the farmers were told, well, listen, this is demand from Four Seasons. We're going to need 5 acres to produce this demand. We're going to need 2 acres of tomato. We're going to need 5 acres of peppers. And then we had sequential planting, where the farmers would plant something this month. In the next 3 months, they would plant a follow-up crop. And we had an excellent, excellent, excellent thing going on. But as I said, we have in some way lost the way. And so I personally intend to rekindle that arrangement. As I said, it's still there, but we've seen some loopholes, and we want to plug those loopholes. We want it to be as it was many years ago, and we can brag once again about the Nevis model. And so that is something that I personally will try as much as possible to work on. Madam President, let us look at a bit at housing. Nothing happening in Nevis, but I can tell you things are happening in housing. A lot of things are happening in housing on the island of Nevis, Madam President. In 2022, the NHLDC undertook construction of 39 houses at a total cost of $11,740,000. Of that number, 22 have been fully completed at a cost of $5.9 million. and 17 are under construction at a total cost of $5.7 million. Now, when we campaigned in the run-up to the last election, we spoke about Nevis never seen so much housing development at so many different places on the island of Nevis. And it is indeed a fact. It is indeed a fact. And so these houses being built, or those that were built or presently being built, they are located at Madden Cedar View Housing Development, Phase 2, Hamilton, Craddock Road, Chimney Crescent, and University Heights. And so those lots that haven't been built on yet, we are doing our endeavor to get those done this year. I will also comment, Madam President, because there was a lot of song and dance about nothing happening down in Rice's. But there is, Madam President, you just don't get a house like that. And of course, previously, the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation used to build the house, and then persons will come in and pay through the corporation. We got some leaks. It's unsustainable. We got some serious leaks, Madam President. And so we had to change. We had to change the way we do things. And so now, persons have to go to the bank and secure the loan themselves. And so that is why there have been a hold-up sometimes in the start of construction of some of the houses. And that is why we haven't had any construction started at the Rice's as yet. But I can assure the naysayers that construction is going to start down there in 2023, this year. Because we have been giving the offers to persons, but unfortunately, most of the persons have not been successful in securing the loan. And so if you don't secure the loan, the house can't start. And we do things the way that we always give everybody an opportunity. So if you come forward and you say, well, I want a house, we'll give you an offer. You make your way to the bank. And if you're not successful at the bank, sometimes we give people an extension because we love to give people second and third chances sometimes. That is what this administration is all about. And so sometimes when you do not get the loan for a first going, you may need to try another bank. And so some persons have been doing that. And so some persons have been asking for extension. And so that is why nothing has started at Rice's as yet. But as I said, the information that I received recently is that 2 persons have already secured their loans, and so something will be starting down there very shortly. Now, Madam President, the number of houses undertaken for construction by the NHLDC for the period 2013 to 2022 is 269 at a cost of $62,918. Things are happening, Madam President. We have been responding to the housing needs of our people. And the thing is, Madam President, you know, when we have any housing developments opened up, and just your reference, if we have 20 lots, we normally get about maybe 60 applications. And so we realize that the need is there for housing. And I have to say that this administration has been providing these houses at concessionary rates. Concessionary rates. And people don't realize what this administration is doing, you know, Madam President. Because when the NHLDC offers someone a house for $250,000, on the open market, that house is valued over $100,000 more. So when you get a house done by the NHLDC for $250,000, if you had to buy the land and build from scratch yourself, it would have been costing you probably $350,000. And people don't realize what we are doing for the people of the island of Nevis. But you know what? We are doing it because people matter most. Yes. People matter most to this administration, Madam President. And so, in 2023, we intend to build 8 houses at Rice's, 31 at Maddens, 10 more at Craddock Road, 3 more at Hamilton, and 7 more at Chimney Crescent. So in essence, we are looking at an additional 59 homes starting this year. I'm not saying that all probably might be done in 2023, but this is what we are looking at for 2023 in terms of starting, hoping that the persons who apply for their loans will be successful. Madam President, I'm also in charge of lands, and I'm very happy because I spoke about the 60 acres of land that we're trying to acquire for the poultry industry. I would also be happy to report here in this honorable house, and I think it would have been reported weeks ago, that, or maybe not weeks, but maybe a week and a half ago, that this administration has acquired 9.2 or 9.1? Not 9.19 acres of land from at Uwali. And the thing is, a lot has been said negatively about that Uwali water taxi facility. Unfortunately. And unfortunately, many persons who are saying so many negative things about the Uwali water taxi facility use it very often. Use it very often. And, you know, I spoke to somebody recently. And you know what that person told me? The water taxi facility is the best thing that ever happened in Nevis. Yeah. And the person was serious. One of the best things that ever happened on the island of Nevis. And I'm sorry I don't have the figures at hand in terms of the number of persons who passed through that water taxi facility last year. Honorable Premier, maybe you can bring it up for me. Because, you know, when the water taxi facility was being built, there was a lot of opposition. But if you go over there on a daily basis, Madam President, you see the traffic over there at that water taxi facility. And, Madam President, we realize that there's an issue with parking over there. And as I said, this is a government with vision. We realize that there is an issue with parking, and so we have decided to acquire 9.19 acres of land. Because I'm sure those of you who pass the Uwali area every day will see vehicles parked, lined on both sides of the island's main road. We want to remedy that. We want to take these vehicles off of the island main road. And so that land that was acquired at Uwali, Madam President, will be utilized for parking. Some of it will be utilized for parking. And so we will be solving a problem there. We'll be solving the parking problem with that land that was acquired by this administration. And we're not just acquiring land for acquiring land's sake, like what was done previously. And not pay for it. We are acquiring land when there's the need. There's the need for the broiler industry. So we are acquiring 60 acres. There's a need for parking and the further development over at Uwali. And so we have acquired 9.19 acres of land. Right. I come into that. You know, so Madam President, we have acquired that. And while I'm at the water taxi facility as well, let me speak about the building too. The building that we are building there. Because we built the pier, yes. And of course, we know the traffic has increased, yes. And we know the number of persons traversing between St. Kitts and Nevis and using over there continues to increase. And so we, of course, the need is there for a lovely little area where you can go in and when you're departing and probably when you're coming in as well. And so we have invested in doing a lovely building there as well, a waiting area, Madam President. Right? Madam President, I got the numbers here. over the period December 26, 2022 to January 4th, 2023, NASPA recorded 20,240 passenger movements. You hear that, Madam President? From December 26, 2022 to January the 6th. That's a short window. 20,240 passengers. 12,043 at Charlestown and 8,197 at Uwali. In that short window, over 8,000 passed through Uwali in that short period. 2019, for the same period, the figures were 13,000, much less. So we see what is happening at Uwali, Madam President. And so that is why we are continuing to build out over there. We are continuing to improve the facility over there. And so when we have our passengers leaving and coming in, there can be more comfort, Madam President. Madam President, we have heard the cries of the people from Barnscott. We have heard the cries that they want an expansion of their village. And this administration is acting on it. You know why? People matter more. People matter most. The people of Barnscott matter too. And so when they came to the administration and said, well, listen, we want more land to expand our village, we heard them. And we not only heard them, we responded. And we responded positively. And so right now we are in negotiations for a land swap. The people of Barnscott, your land is coming. Coming complements the CCM-led Nevis Island administration. Something is happening in Nevis, and something good is happening in Nevis, Madam President. And so when we hear the refrain, or when we hear the stock record that nothing is happening on Nevis, we are dispelling that nonsense here in the House today, Madam President. Madam President, let's turn quickly to culture, where I'm in charge of as well. And I am happy that the Premier gave me back this portfolio, you know, culture. Madam President, I'm going to just briefly touch on culture as well. And let us look at what has been happening at the NCDF, Nevis Cultural Development Foundation. And they have been involved in quite a lot of things over the past year as well, Madam President. They would have hosted and organized the Culture Pot as part of Culturama for last year. We would have seen at the NCDF the introduction of the Uwali Steel Orchestra, Pan Vibrations, which placed second at the Panorama in Sugarmass 2021. Madam President, we have also seen the introduction last year of the NCDF Black Hearts production. Their first installment was held to coincide with Black History Month last year. And they're having another installment for this year, Madam President. Practically all of our schools, in particular our primary schools, are involved in Black History Month concerts and programs on an annual basis. And last year, the NCDF was heavily involved into production of those concerts and programs, and they were heavily involved again this year. Apart from that, of course, we know the NCDF continues their work in the primary schools in particular with regards to teaching some of our folklore, so that at least our folklore can live on and they would not die, Madam President. Madam President, we normally have an Easter steel pan workshop, and that resulted in 2 steel pan groups formed from primary schoolers. Primary schoolers. The bands entered the Sugarmass Panorama for 2022, and I'm pleased to say that they placed second and third runners-up in Sugarmass 2022 Panorama. And while I'm on Pan, Madam President, let me publicly congratulate the Young Vibration Steel Orchestra. Yes, because they placed first runner-up in the Sugarmass Panorama for 2022. They did an amazing job. And I must also congratulate them because they're celebrating their 5th anniversary. And this is a group of young people who are committed to that craft of steel pan playing. And Madam President, steel pan music is going places on the island of Nevis, you know. Yes. Places. It's going places on the island of Nevis. And I must commend that group of young people for sticking together for 5 years. Let me single out the leader of the band, Miss Chevrolet Maynard. And the manager, Charlene Martin. Listen, these people are committed. And for them to be together for 5 years and been making such significant strides in pan music, we ought to big them up. Because normally, Madam President, when our young people do bad things, we highlight it. Yes. So when the young people do good things, we must highlight it as well. So we must highlight it as well, Madam President. Last year, Madam President, going back to the NCDF, they would have been involved in pre-cultural and cultural activities. They had folklore performances at the Action Corner. They had the NCDF annual culture pot, and they were in charge of the junior street parade as well. And of course, we had what was called the Night of Steel for the very first time. And that is why I'm highlighting pan so much here, because we have a lot of steel pans on the island of Nevis. And the NCDF, as well as the Department of Community Development, we have been trying our utmost to ensure that pan is being taught out there in the communities. And a lot of persons are excited about playing steel pan. And so we had what is called the Night of Steel for the first time for Culturama last year, and it was a resounding success. I really want to commend all of the persons who have been involved in pan here on Nevis. And I want to single out Mr. Junior Parrish, Mr. Trini Patterson. I just spoke about Chevrolet, and all who are involved in teaching our young people. And not only young people, the middle-aged and the older people learning pan too. Because I'm sure you all remember our seniors were playing pans too. Our legal advisor here plays pan. She's not in the seniors group, right? I spoke about the seniors from the seniors division. But we also have a ladies group that the legal advisor is involved in. And the first lady as well, Mrs. Sharon Brantley. Oh, I didn't realize the Minister of Health plays pan as well. Yeah. And so pan is going places under the CCM-led Nevis Island administration. Madam President, things are happening. Yes. Good things are happening on Nevis. And when people want to dispel that, they need to come with the facts. But if you can't come with the facts, you can't dispel the figures and the facts that we are presenting to this honorable House. Madam President, in terms of our activities for 2023 for the NCDF, of course, they're going to continue with all of the school programs. They're going to be involved heavily in Culturama again this year, Culture Pot, the Night of Steel, the Youth Parade, and so on. And they're going to be doing actually the Black History Month production once again, the Black Arts production again. This year, actually, it's happening this coming Saturday night, or Sunday night, actually, 26 at the NEPAC. And so things are happening, Madam President. We'll continue with our Easter Pan workshop, which has been yielding some excellent results. Of course, Madam President, once I'm talking about culture, I must talk about Culturama. And so the Culturama Secretariat, they are the ones charged mostly with coordinating the events for Culturama. Always do an excellent job. And of course, we would have hosted Culturama 48, and we are all excited about hosting Culturama 49, which is just around the corner. And so we have sent out the notices for registration. For those who are eligible for participating in all of the events, the junior and senior calypso competition, the talented youth pageant, the Miss Swimwear, the Mr. Cool, the Miss Culture Queen pageant, the junior and the senior street parades. We understand that there's an interest this year in Juve troops as well. And so we're asking persons to come out and register early because what we're trying to do, Madam President, is to have Culturama 49 as a dry run for Culturama 50. Next year is the grand 50th anniversary of Culturama, and we want to make it extra, extra grand. We're going to have it as a homecoming as well. And so those of you who are in the diaspora and you're listening, start making plans to be home for Culturama 50 in 2024. It's going to be a Culturama like no other. And so what we are doing for Culturama 49 is that we are priming up. We are priming up for the massive 50th anniversary celebration in 2024. And so we are asking persons, all the divisions overseas, we want to see all of you back here next year for Culturama 50. And of course, we will be working closely once again with the Nevis Tourism Authority, the Ministry of Tourism, so that we can have a lot more promotion, so people can be aware of Culturama 50 and 49 as well, and so people can be here for these activities, Madam President. I think that we still have registration open for the slogan competition, and so persons who will wish to enter the slogan competition, you can do so as well. Madam President, I want to just quickly respond to some of the things that were said by the member opposite, the member for Nevis 4. And Madam President, as I said when I started, when we come to this honorable house, we must come with the truth. We must come with facts. And I was amazed. I was appalled. I was in awe that the opening statement that was made by the member opposite, she said that the people of Nevis voted for change in the December 22 election. Madam President, if the people of Nevis voted for change, the members opposite would have been on this side. That's a simple fact. That is a simple fact. When you have election in an island and the people vote for change, the government change. The government did not change. The people of Nevis did not vote for change. And so I want to tell the members of the opposition that you're living in an illusion. Wake up. You are living in an illusion. You can't come in here in the precincts of this honorable house and say that the people of Nevis voted for change. No. And you're still in opposition. So if you're in opposition, how did the people vote for change? I want to congratulate you, member for Nevis 4, for winning your seat. There was a change over in St. J in Nevis 4. But the government remains led by the CCM. So the people of Nevis did not vote for change. The people in St. Kitts voted for change. It's a difference. Yes. Because the government in St. Kitts changed. The government in Nevis has remained the same, led by the blue team. Led by the blue team. So the people did not vote for change. Not at all. Madam President, I've also heard the member for Nevis 4 many times as well, even on radio, saying that she's not in
Honourable
favor.
Member for Nevis 3, before you continue, the right of reply rests with the mover of the motion. You may continue, however, your comments will have to be curtailed to the budget debate, so you would have to, right.
Thank you very much, Madam President. But as I said, Madam President, when we come to the House, we must come with facts and figures as well. And I also want to say, Madam President, that I know the right rests with the mover, but I want to say, Madam President, that when it comes to our social safety net programs, Madam President, that I don't think there's any island in the region. I don't think there's any island in the region, Madam President, that has social safety net programs as excellent as ours in Nevis. None. When people visit from the region, they are impressed with what we are doing with our social safety net programs, Madam President. Excellent. And I want to say, I was the former Minister of Social Development, and I know that the present Minister of Social Development, she will continue with the excellent work that we have been doing there. And I want to just highlight a few of the things that this administration normally do in social development, and they're going to continue. The COVID-19 pandemic, Madam President. In the COVID-19 pandemic, the response from this administration was overwhelming. And it was overwhelming for everyone, all who were disadvantaged. And the people at social development worked overtime to ensure that persons on Nevis were well looked after, including single mothers and everyone. At social development, we have what is called a RISE program, Restore, Inspire, Secure, Empower. We try to reach out to our disadvantaged people, our young mothers who are at risk, who are vulnerable. Madam President, we have a Second Chance Teen Mothers program. All of these are going to be continuing under the present Minister of Social Development. Madam President, we have a loan facility that was developed with $5 million, mainly for women and youth. And so there are so many things that our people can take advantage of, Madam President. Madam President, I want to say here in this honorable House that this administration, the CCM-led Nevis Island administration, is led by an astute, responsible, competent, committed leader. Very committed, very competent, Madam President. And we are proud on this side of the leadership of the honorable member, because we saw what happened during the COVID-19 pandemic. We saw what happened there, and that was leadership at its best. And so I want, as a member of this government and a member for Nevis 3, to commend our leader for the excellent job that he has been doing leading this island of Nevis. And of course, Madam President, I don't know where he got his leadership skills from, but Henley Pad. Got him from Hanley's Road, where I'm from. Got it? But Madam President, I don't think any of us can question his leadership since he has taken over the mantle of Premier of the island of Nevis. Under his leadership, Madam President, we have seen so many unprecedented things on the island of Nevis. It was under his leadership that we got 3 federal seats for the first time, right? Am I correct? It was under his leadership that we got the 3 federal seats for the first time, and we not only got them once, we got them twice. Under his leadership. And we have seen his leadership come into question many times. Madam President, we have seen his leadership come into question many times. And it is important for us to highlight sometimes some of the things that have been happening under his leadership. Because, you know, when he read the budget speech yesterday, we saw the numerous things that have been happening under his leadership. And I want to remind some of our listeners and our viewers just a few of the things that have been happening under the leadership of the member for Nevis 2 and the Premier. Madam President, when we look at the road rehabilitation project, when we look at the hospital expansion, Madam President, when we look at the health sector, I know that the Senator will speak about it. When we look at the state-of-the-art 128-slice CT scan machine, Madam President, when we look at it, I was here outlining all that has been happening in agriculture. When we look at agriculture, Madam President, the revolutionizing of agriculture. When we look at housing, Madam President. When we look at education, what is happening in Tibet, technical and vocational training, and all the other good things that have been happening in education that the Senator will speak about. Madam President, when we look at our social safety net programs, the best in the region. Madam President, when we look at water enhancement, the improvements in water, it has been happening under him as the leader. Madam President, when we look at electricity, the removal of the surcharge, we heard the cries of the people of Nevis, Madam President, and we responded. Under his leadership, under this captain, Madam President, when we look at the Malcolm Gishard Recreational Park, when we look at phase 2, that is starting as well. Madam President, when we look at the construction sector, Madam President, when we look at the CCTV rollout, our security, Madam President, when we look at the largest salary increase in the history of Nevis, Madam President, when we look at the increase in job numbers that were outlined yesterday, Madam President, when we look at the pension plan for our NE workers, Madam President, I mean, do people really question his leadership, Madam President? Madam President, we hear about the airport expansion. We hear about the call center yesterday. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on. And, Madam President, it is kind of unfortunate, you know, because a lot of the times, I mean, there's politics and politicking, yes. But, Madam President, we need to look at the real facts, and we need to be truthful when we are politicking as well. We need to be truthful, right? Because, Madam President, when we look at the leadership of the member for Nevis 2, and we compare leadership across Nevis, I mean, Madam President, can you really question the leadership of the Premier? With all that has been happening, that all I've just outlined here, Madam President? Madam President, as I said, I'm really very disappointed with the response that came to the budget today. From my standpoint, I think the budget that was presented yesterday offers exceptional hope. It's a tax-free budget, Madam President. It is a budget that provides opportunity for all on the island of Nevis, Madam President. It is a budget that provides hope, provides opportunity for the young, the in-between, the not-so-young, for everyone. When we heard all of the things that were outlined in the budget presentation yesterday, Madam President, our job numbers will continue to go up. Job opportunities will be opened up. When we see things happening in the construction sector, people will continue to get work. When we look at what's going to be happening in TVET, there will be opportunities for our young people. When we look at what is happening in agriculture, there will be opportunities for people to get jobs and more jobs and to make money. And so, I believe that this budget that was presented in this honorable House yesterday, Madam President, represents a budget that creates opportunities, that will create jobs, that will create hope, and that will bring a better Nevis for all. Not some, a better Nevis for all. And so, Madam President, I want to commend the mover of the bill. And I want to commend him on the excellent presentation of the budget speech yesterday. And I want to say that the mover has the full support of his team. And with the support and the unity we have within our team, Madam President, Nevis will move from strength to strength. The momentum that you thought we had is going to increase in 2023. We have an exciting 5-year term ahead of us, Madam President. An exciting 5-year term ahead of us. And we know, we are confident that our leader will continue to lead well, and we will continue to support as team members, Madam President.
Honorable Member, you have 5 minutes remaining.
I am about to wrap up. Thank you very much, Madam President. So, Madam President, once again, I want to commend the mover. I want to say thanks to the good people of Nevis for once again putting the Concerned Citizens Movement at the helm and to ensure that there was no change in government. So, with these words, Madam President, I want to commend this bill and I want to wish it safe passage through this honorable House. May it please you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Madam President, I would like to move a motion that this House stands adjourned until 2 p.m.
Madam President, I would like to support that motion.
The question is that the House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. to facilitate the lunch break. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This honorable House stands adjourned.
1, 2, microphone check. 1, 2, Shamika Budgeon. Van Radio, do you have audio? Good. So you MP1. Yeah, maybe stick with him. Okay. All right. Time check. How much? Yeah, so.
please be seated?
Good afternoon. House now resumes. I recognize the honorable nominated member.
Madam President, I rise to place on record before this honorable House my support for the bill short-titled Nevis Appropriation 2023, Bill 2023. Madam President, today is a good day. Today I make my maiden presentation before this honorable House. And I couldn't ask for a more comprehensive bill to make that maiden address with. Madam President, the budget presented yesterday was one of purpose. It was a presentation reflecting steady progress with capable leadership at the helm and a team committed to maximizing the reach of scarce resources. Madam President, allow me to deviate for a moment. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to be a part of this amazing team behind me. My gratitude for the opportunity to serve the people of Nevis. My gratitude for the privilege to lead the Ministry of Health, Gender, and Social Empowerment. Madam President, I was sent a video clip recently where two individuals were agonizing over my ability to handle the weight of such a expansive ministry. I want to also take this opportunity to ease their mind. I am more than capable. I am more than up to the task. And what I do not know, I will rely on the strength of my team. Because that is what a true leader does. The ability to listen and compromise is a core tenet of good leadership, Madam President. So my friends on the other side, I am good. Madam President, many others have also tuned in today to hear me speak for the first time because I tend to listen more than I talk. I like to speak with purpose. As we would say locally, I don't like to bang my mouth for no reason. Funny enough, a gentleman over the weekend would have met me and told me, you know, God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth, and he left it at that. I believe some others could have used that advice as well. Madam President, with that in mind, I didn't expect to be speaking for more than a few short minutes because, as I said, the bill before this House is so comprehensive and well put together. And I expected and anticipated that even those on the other side would give credit where credit is due. And Madam President, a whole lot of credit is due. I think last cycle, the Honorable Troy Liebert would have said, perhaps we need to find another name for the opposition. Did you find one? No, not yet. Because the name tends to make people want to oppose for opposition's sake. But I'm a teacher at heart as well, so I don't mind going over some of the finer points that the Honorable Premier would have put forward already to make sure that we all leave here with the full understanding of the bill put before this House. I am nothing if not patient. Madam President, I will pivot a bit. At this point, I absolutely cannot proceed without giving the deserved recognition and credit to my predecessors. This newly minted Ministry of Health, Gender and Social Empowerment is the unification of the Ministry of Health and Gender Affairs, which was ably led by the Honorable Hazel Brandy Williams, this was then merged with core departments of community development and social services from the Ministry of Social Development, formerly headed by the Honorable Eric Evelyn, whose commitment to the work of these departments cannot be overstated nor overpraised. He said he thinks he did a good job, but we all know he did a good job. Madam President, the merger of these departments was kismet, was fate. Too often when we speak of health, we do so in isolation, thinking only of the physical health and services offered at the hospital. As we chart the pathway to true socioeconomic transformation, however, we must look at health from a holistic point of view. When we think of health, yes, we must think about the physical, but our mental, interpersonal, community, and social well-being are also key pillars of a healthy society. Madam President, separately, these ministries were committed to ensuring that our people could access the care, resources, and support that they needed, and that care providers were adequately trained and tooled to deliver such care. Together, with a budgetary allocation of $49.4 million, representing 18.88% of the total budget, my ministry intends to continue this mandate to providing quality care and support for all, with a push to ensure that the most vulnerable individuals among us are reached. That is 18.88%, Madam President. Some would think it's not enough, but we are not selfish, Madam President. We understand that the pie must be shared. It's not take all for one and leave the rest to fend for themselves. As I said, we are a team on this side of the benches. While I may be running this leg of the relay, my position in this race could not have been achieved without those who passed the baton. Madam President, you see the energy we had this morning from the Honorable Evelyn? The head start that he gave me is almost advantageous. While we are in the spirit of giving thanks, I want to take this opportunity to give thanks to some of the individuals who would have worked in the ministry, those who would have retired and transferred. It's a long list. In the Ministry of Health, we say thank you to Mary Pemberton, Joya Walter, Desiree Stapleton, Bernadette Jeffers, Felisa John, Idris Nisbet, Lester Richards, Christina Phillip, Manifa Truss, Hildred Davis, Dr. Retna Walwyn, Dr. Chandri Jacob, Dr. John Essien, Derez Jeffers, Jerome Clark, Keller Didier, Eldona Paul, and Satya Lewis Clark. From within Community Development and Social Services, Margaret Grant would have transferred to the Department of Sports, and Anelta Fifield retired after 24 years. So we say thank you for the years of service from all of these individuals. Joining the Department of Social Services was also Christine Jeffers as a community caregiver, Erica Doris as an intern, and Karen Ward Brandy as a social worker. So I say, welcome aboard. Madam President, we also have a number of individuals joining the Ministry of Health as we work to build out our human resources to to ensure that our people receive the best possible care. So in terms of nurses, we would have added 14 registered nurses and 1 staff nurse, as well as 1 nursing assistant. 12 of these individuals would have been from the Philippines, 2 from Jamaica, and 2 are local. I want to take this opportunity, Madam President, to encourage our locals to pursue the noble profession of nursing. This government has provided numerous incentives and support for our local people to take up nursing as a profession. While we welcome those who adopt Nevis as their home, who come here to work and provide that service, we would love for more locals to get into the field. We also have an internist who joined staff. We now have 2 at the Alexandra Hospital. A biomedical technician, the first time to be employed by the ministry. As we add more equipment and technical devices to the ministry, Madam President, we realize that there is an essential need for this type of technician. We have 2 radiographers, 1 local, 1 Cuban, a fully qualified dietitian specialist, a volunteer from Taiwan specializing in mental health, and in addition, a second visiting consultant psychiatrist from the Ministry of Health in St. Kitts to ensure the continuity of care. We also have the return of 2 local doctors, 1 Cuban trained and 1 Grenadian trained. Madam President, very often our healthcare workers go above and beyond the call of duty, and it is often a thankless profession. But I want to give thanks to those who answered that call of service. Your contributions are truly invaluable. Madam President, while we are on the theme of gratitude, we have a lot of thanks to give. I want to thank some of the individuals and organizations who would have collaborated with us and made donations to help make the ministry what it is. Because the ministry does not intend to operate in isolation. It values collaboration, partnership to make it work. This is a whole of society approach. So we want to say thank you to the Drahi Foundation. Thanks to them, the ministry was able to purchase a 128-slice CT scan machine, now in use from December 2022. Madam President, this is not simply any CT scan machine. This is a machine of superior quality, one of only 3 in the region. Little Nevis. This machine, Madam President, will provide an essential service to the people of Nevis, a service that otherwise they would have had to journey across the waters to get from St. Kitts. So we managed to make this service affordable. The prices for this service range from $600 to $1,000, which is right on par with the service offered in St. Kitts for better quality scans. We offer this service at a price of $600 to $1,000, which is right on par with the service offered in St. Kitts. And you get the same price for better quality. And, Madam President, previously, while individuals had to go to St. Kitts, they would have had to pay for an ambulance, which was $200, as well as pay for the sea bridge, another $600. So in total, Madam President, we would have saved Nevisians at least $800 on CT scans. We want to thank the Medical University of the Americas for their annual commitment to providing 2 scholarships for individuals on Nevis. Last year, Kiwi Maynard and Tiandre Williams would have been awarded. So congratulations. Another 2 individuals will be awarded this year. So I want to encourage our young people, middle-aged, old, to when you see these opportunities placed on the NIA's website, on social media, posted anywhere, grab the opportunity, apply, try, don't second guess yourself. You know, while I'm there, I can recall a study that I saw on LinkedIn. I'm also the minister responsible for gender affairs, so I thought it was very relevant. It showed that in terms of employment, when you have individuals applying for a job, men were more likely to apply for a job even if they were only 60% qualified, while women tend to only apply if they were 100% met all the qualifications. So in a similar vein, when you see the scholarships and they have requirements, it's good to meet all the requirements, but sometimes you just have to try. You might be the best of the set that applied. So I want to encourage everyone, particularly our women, who, you know, we are perfectionists. We want everything to be just right. But you just have to try. We want to also thank PAHO, who helped the ministry to procure laptops, desktops, notepads for our health facilities to facilitate data entry and easy retrieval of patient critical information and salary support for 3 data entry clerks currently utilized at our health centers. Madam President, that's data collection in all its glory, and it's happening already at our health centers. I know we had a request for some, so I'm just highlighting that we already have data collection in action. We also want to give thanks to the Ear, Nose, Throat, and Allergy Associates in Florida. Last year, October, they would have led their first mission to Nevis, where they would have served 155 persons free of cost. They intend to have a second mission in the second quarter of this year. There is also a plan to establish an ongoing ENT program on the island, at least biannually. They have also further committed and donated 2 audiometers to evaluate hearing acuity of newborns, infants, and adults on the island. Those, I'm told, are already well in use. We also want to thank the Four Seasons Resort. They have consistently provided accommodation for visiting specialists and donated items such as linen to the hospital. So we appreciate it. Every little bit helps. Thanks also to the Four Seasons Homeowners Foundation. In collaboration with the ministry and other key stakeholders, they have sponsored a project which intends to launch a state-of-the-art emergency dispatch system by October of this year. The Honorable Premier would have mentioned that Nevis, as part of this project, would have its own 3-digit code emergency number. I know sometimes we pick up the phone and we call 911 and you might find you end up reaching St. Kitts, Anguilla, Timbuktu. So we want to eliminate that from happening. This number will be targeted to Nevis so that you are certain that when you call it, you are properly connected to emergency personnel. The dispatcher will then connect you to which department you need, ideally, whether it's the police, fire, hospital, whoever. This project, Madam President, is well on the way. It's probably about 90% completed at this point, and we intend to launch in October. There's also the resumption of the Nevis Eye Care program that occurred in May and December of 2022, after a 2-year hiatus. COVID, of course, would have derailed that project, but we're happy that it was able to come back on board. In the absence of the visiting ophthalmologist specialists, special mention must be made of Dr. Crespo, who is the visiting ophthalmologist from the Ministry of Health in St. Kitts, who on a bi-weekly basis would have provided and continued to provide care for patients on Nevis. Thanks as well, again, to the Drahi Foundation and the Japanese government, who both would have donated a PCR testing machine to the Alexandra Hospital, making it possible to complete PCR lab tests since March of last year. We also want to thank Jeanette Maynard of Circle of Care, Troy Sadio, Randolph Charles of SKN and Friends Association in Bedford, England, Lawton Sargent of Nevis for the donation of special medical equipment and supplies. They are our Nevisians in the diaspora, and they have not forgotten home. Those of us locally who are better off than others also can make similar contributions. We welcome all, small and large. Madam President, while we value partnerships and the donations of others, the NIA insists on investing as well into the healthcare system of Nevis. So, some of the investments that the NIA have made is into the COBAS Special Chemistry Analyzer. This was to the tune of $61,472 US. That, Madam President, is used to process donors, HIV, hepatitis B, HCV, cancer markers, PSA, thyroid function tests, fertility profiles, and other special chemistry tests. These tests, Madam President, usually had to be sent over to the sister island of St. Kitts. And while we are working more collaboratively, and we enjoy doing that with our sisters on St. Kitts, we want to ensure that Nevisians can access basic care on their own island of Nevis. Madam President, this government, caring government, has also invested in a mammogram machine that has been purchased at a cost of $229,585 US. $229,585 US. That's an investment in health. So when this machine gets on island, I want to encourage everyone, continue to get screened, get tested. Prevention and early detection is, of course, the best case scenario. Men as well, breast cancer is not exclusive to women. So get checked. In terms of solid waste, we would have invested in 2 garbage trucks, excavator, bulldozers, litter bins and spare parts, an investment at approximately $969,745.80 EC. $969,745.80 EC. That is Solid Waste Authority. Madam President, we have a number of projects as well that are ongoing, some large and some small. Let's begin with the hospital main kitchen. That project is scheduled to be completed in the first quarter of 2023. Now, Madam President, I find that the Ministry of Health is a modest ministry. Just as the hospital expansion project is more than an expansion, it's more like a brand new hospital in and of itself, so too the name kitchen expansion is misleading by the name alone. Madam President, this is a 2-story project. Not only will it be a state-of-the-art kitchen equipped with walk-in freezers, refrigerators, replacing those outdated deep freezers, this kitchen will feature stainless steel countertops and hospital-grade material on the floor. On the upstairs, Madam President, dietitian offices and much-needed staff quarters will be established. So much more than a kitchen project. The hospital expansion project, much talked about. This project is progressing at a steady pace. As we claw our way out of the fiscal carnage of COVID-19, any reasonable person could accept that there would have been delays as scarce resources would have been diverted to the pandemic. Madam President, as we recover, completing the interior is of the highest priority to our administration. That is why $12 million, Madam President, would have been allocated in this budget to ensure its timely completion. And Madam President, some would have you believe that we've blown through the initial $19 million estimate with no hospital to show for it. As Minister Evelyn indicated, Madam President, we like facts on this side. As the young people say, we have our receipts. So, Madam President, to date, we have spent $8,342,443.76 out of the initial $19 million budgeted. We would have only spent $8,342,443.76 out of the initial $19 million budgeted. So when you hear talks of over budget, I want the House to have the official figures on record, not those imagined or otherwise, Madam President. We like the truth on this side, you know? Madam President, 2022 also saw the creation and launch of the Maternity Guide booklet. Community Health Nursing Services would have launched that project in June of last year. This booklet would provide educational support and much guidance needed for mothers-to-be. I think fathers should read it too, you know? Or maybe we need to work on a paternity guide booklet. That's the next step. We would have also launched a recycling initiative at Solid Waste. We commissioned a plastic bottle baling machine from the Taiwan ICDF, and from the period of June to December 2022, there was 7,046 pounds of materials collected. 6,692.48 were plastic, 224.71 tin cans, and 129.75 aluminum cans. Madam President, we care about the environment. Again, some would have you believe otherwise, but we are taking slow and steady steps towards making sure that we have a sustainable Nevis. Training and financial support. As I mentioned, Madam President, we are keen to invest in our human resource. So currently, we have 12 nursing students at CFBC being supported in their nursing program. We also have 2 doctors currently in Cuba specializing in surgery and anesthesiology with the hope of sending more in the near future. We want to encourage our doctors to specialize. We have, just like we have a shortage of nurses, we find that we're getting a number of doctors, but not enough specialists. So we implemented this new incentive support to be able to help these young doctors, to facilitate them returning to be able to gain that extra qualification, Madam President. We also supported our emergency medical technician, who will return in April of this year as a qualified paramedic. There was also a 6-week training program of 3 health personnel, a doctor, a nurse, and a dietitian, in Taiwan as part of an ongoing public health capacity building in the prevention and control of metabolic diseases as part of a partnership with Taiwan. We also have the return of 1 nurse from Jamaica who trained in theater techniques. Again, we need our nurses to specialize as well. We want to keep upgrading our health system for the better.
Take your time, take your time.
Have to take a sip. Madam President, numerous training initiatives would have also been undertaken in the past year through partnerships. We have the international health regulations, stigma and discrimination of people living with HIV, mental health, and stigma discrimination, perinatal health information system. Those were all training that were provided to our healthcare professionals in the last year. A slate of training and workshop initiatives will also be announced for this year, but we start this month with the first responders training, which was launched in February 13th this year. This would have included fire, police, CERT, that's the Community Emergency Response Team, the EMTs, and medical staff, as well as the Red Cross. Madam President, I'm not responding. Madam President, we also have over the years provided our citizens and residents of Nevis with key support when it came to health emergencies. So we provided medical assistance for the year 2020 to the tune of $289,456.40. Follow the numbers as I go through the years. In 2021, we provided medical assistance in the amount of $459,625.20. Numbers are so big, I'm getting confused. In 2022, we would have provided $700,000 plus worth of medical assistance to the people of Nevis. Madam President, if that's not an effective social safety net, I don't know what is. And we haven't even touched social services yet. In the Department of Gender Affairs, there's also a lot happening. This department works to promote gender equality, highlight issues that go untouched and not dealt with sometimes. We have issues of domestic violence. You have gang violence that affects young men disproportionately. These are issues that the Department of Gender Affairs aim to focus on. So within the department, in 2022, there was the launch of the Boys Mentorship Program in October of last year. This was launched by the Honorable Iseline Phillip, and it aims to empower youths to make positive choices that enables them to maximize their academic, social, and professional potential. So, Madam President, we're not just waiting for the CCTV to capture the crime. we're trying to prevent them in the early stages. We also had the launch of the Boy and Girl of Excellence Award. We want to recognize them when they're young. Often we focus on those who are problematic, but we have to give recognition to those who are doing good. So this award was presented to the boy and girl in each school who was deemed by their teachers to be the most respectful, helpful, involved in community activities and volunteerism, and is an outstanding role model for their peers. We hope that awards such as these can inspire like behavior from their peers. Madam President, we also, at the Department of Gender Affairs, would have had an agripreneur conference for women and girls interested in the agriculture industry. The Honorable Eric Evelyn would have spoken in length about how well the agriculture sector is doing, how essential it is, how important it is to ensure that we have food security and food independence. Now, over the years, the industry has been predominantly male. But we want to diversify that because we find that in every aspect of our community, it just works better when men and women are involved. We're not better or worse than each other. We complement each other. Whether it's nature or nurture, we think differently, and so that balance is necessary. And we wanted to encourage that in agriculture. So, at that conference, 22 participants would have been trained and sensitized about climate change and climate-smart agriculture, and guidelines to establish a successful agribusiness. Again, climate change. We care about our people and our environment, Madam President. In the Ministry of Health and Gender Affairs, they have done a lot, but it hasn't been without some challenges. Of course, top challenge would be finances. It's often a struggle using limited resources to be able to achieve everything that needs to be done. But we understand in this ministry and appreciate, as I said earlier, that the pie must be shared. And we're happy to share it with our brothers behind me. In terms of human resources, I would have highlighted that there's often a struggle to be able to find nurses, specialist doctors, etc. We often have to resort to importing, I'm not sure if you use that term with humans, but we are recruiting individuals from within the region and outside of the region to be able to fill these gaps. So we keep trying to find innovative ways to encourage locals to go off and study, access the many scholarships that are often offered through human resources, and tap into those markets because there is a place waiting for you in health. We have policies and legislation, Madam President, that of course are in need of revision and some that needs to be created to meet the needs as we advance as a society. So we need policies to deal with things such as, electronic prescriptions, because traditionally we would write, the doctor would sign, you take it, but we want to be able to create policies that can allow you to send an electronic prescription from the doctor to the pharmacy and it be legally valid. In terms of technology and digital health, we are working, Madam President. We are working to digitize, but sometimes we still lag behind. But it's important to be able to see our shortfalls so that we can continue investing into the technology, invest in that and merging it with health so that we can become more advanced in how we can deliver health care. Madam President, in 2023, we hope to do a lot. We hope to continue along this path of progress. One area that we will complete within this year is the relocation of the Charlestown Clinic and Dental Unit. For years, they have struggled and managed with some issues at the old building. And appreciating that both the healthcare workers as well as those accessing healthcare deserve the best and safest environment that we can provide healthcare in, we have opted to relocate the dental unit and the Charlestown Clinic to the Wards building in Charlestown. So currently, works are already ongoing on that to be able to, it's not a house. You can't just throw in medical equipment in a room. So work is ongoing to create a layout that suits the needs of a dental unit as well as a clinic. Madam President, we are also going to continue investing in equipment, whether it's directly from the NIA or through partnerships with our counterparts. So we will be investing this year in at least 2 new dental chairs because we found that they are needed. It's essential to promote good dental health. So we'll be investing in at least 2 dental chairs, thanks to, of course, partnership with our Taiwanese friends. Family, I think we can call them by now, with the amount of contributions they have made. In terms of the HPU, that unit within health, that unit has always been very active. And they will continue to be active throughout 2023. They will continue to provide opportunities for screening and self-checks. Remember, we said the best way to deal with health sometimes is to know what your status is, know what your health status is. So when the opportunity is given for free health screening, access it. Speaking of which, I believe on Friday this week there will be free screening at the Cotton Ginnery Mall. I can hope I get a nod if that's accurate. That is accurate. So if you need some free general screening, high blood pressure, that type of screening, you can access it on Friday this week at the Cotton Ginnery Mall. They also at the HPU will be engaged in a number of activities to promote fitness, healthy, active lifestyle. Often we are just sitting around at our office desk. We look fit, I'm guilty as charged, but we might not be as fit as we look. So they're promoting activities such as walks, bicycle race, fun run in the sun. That one is coming up on March the 3rd. If you haven't registered a team, call HPU. We have our lovely fun run in the sun activity on March 3rd. Madam President, I also would have mentioned that we're moving the Charlestown dental unit and the clinic. We are also working on designs for a new facility to be constructed in Charlestown. I'm a realistic individual, so I want to emphasize that right now we are designing this building. So it's not something that you expect to be thrown up in 6 months and put a medical facility in it, because I think there's a misconception when it comes to healthcare facilities. These are technical spaces that require in-depth analysis before you build and as you're building to be able to cater to the very specific needs and services that they provide. Madam President, really didn't intend to speak this long, but, you know. I'm going to move a bit into the other aspect of my portfolio, social empowerment, which now covers community development as well as social services. And social services, I think I have about 7 pages worth of information that they've provided. The care unit at social services. The care center, otherwise known as the counseling center, they provide an essential service to the people of Nevis. Through them, we can access much needed counseling services. And we are working diligently, both in social services and through the mental health unit, to break the stigma associated with seeking care for our mental health. The counselors at this care unit, of course, would have recognized that just like in an emergency on an airplane, when there's a disaster, they tell you to take care of yourself first and then assist your child. So the counseling unit would have put on a self-care day where they would have invited both private and public counselors to come on a one-day training conference where they would have focused on their own self-care as counselors. In 2022, they would have also put on an emotional wellness tips program, which began airing on NTV throughout the month of April. 2023 will see the counseling unit launching Courageous Conversations, where they promote the profession. Again, another profession which we have a shortage of individuals. So the counselors themselves also see the need to expand the profession, and so they will put on sessions to promote the profession through NTV as well as via radio. In social services, Madam President, there is an ongoing food voucher program to aid those who are in need of social assistance, another social safety net, Madam President. But in 2022, being conscious of the rise in NCDs and diseases, lifestyle diseases, social services would have taken the innovative step of creating a local food voucher program in a sense. So they would have retailored the program so that some of the vouchers would be utilized at the agriculture department and with the local farmers, local poultry, and just the local food to encourage those who are on the program to be able to access healthy options as well. 2023 will see an increase in the amount of local vendors that you can access using these vouchers. Approximately 60,000 will be spent on these food vouchers. Another social safety net that this caring government continues to invest in, Madam President. Customers will not just receive the vouchers, but they will receive, information on how to make healthy lifestyle choices. The RISE program, I think one of my colleagues would have touched on the RISE program earlier. As I say, you can take the man out of the ministry, but not quite the ministry out of the man. So the Honorable Eric Evelyn would have mentioned the RISE program earlier. That program stands for Restore, Inspire, Secure, and Empower. And this, Madam President, is a holistic program. There is a cash support involved in this program, but it's not here, have money, and become reliant on the government. It's a program designed to help families become self-sustainable. It's over a 2-year cycle where families are targeted, and the aim is to break that generational poverty, that generational dependence on state. So, contingent on receiving the funds, the family would have to do certain things. So you would have to participate in health checks through partnership with the Health Promotion Unit. You would have to do things such as you would be encouraged to do things such as pursue CXC qualifications so that you are better equipped to get a job. You will be encouraged to open a bank account, basic life skills that you'd be surprised how many people fail to do these. And so this program is aimed at aiding families to become sustainable. In 2022, 53 individuals would have benefited from this program. And this would have been the 6th year of the RISE program, where over 30 Nevision households and over 200 members would have been touched by this program. The seniors program, Madam President, we all know the seniors are an active bunch. They had that very entertaining pan group that people just love to see them going around doing their activities. I've had the pleasure of engaging with them on a number of activities. Again, Minister Evelyn can't seem to stay away. No. When you see ministers who love what they do, that's how you know that we are for the people of Nevis. So the seniors would have been offered in 2022 basic training in online communication platforms. So just because COVID would have reduced some of the physical interaction didn't mean we wanted to just abandon our seniors. Seniors are a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of support, a wealth of love and information for our people. So we want to always constantly keep them engaged. And through training in devices and how to utilize Zoom, they were able to continue quite a number of activities via that method. Teen pregnancy prevention. There was also a one-week teen pregnancy prevention program that was hosted by social services under the name Baby Think It Over. I like the name. So this teenage pregnancy prevention workshop, again, we're not reactive, Madam President. When things happen, we support, but we are proactive in that we try to prevent certain things from happening. So this program would have targeted 17 girls with, of course, the consent of the parents who understood the value of the program. And the 1 week of activity would have engaged in prevention, education, the risk of early teen pregnancy, testimonials from past teen mothers, safe sex information, a holistic approach to being able to encourage our young teens not to go down that path. This would have been a partnership between UNICEF as well as NIA funded to put on this program. Again, I said we are proactive, but when things happen, as things happen, we often react as well. So we have the Second Chances Teen Mothers program, and that would have celebrated its 10-year milestone in 2022. That also is a UNICEF-sponsored program. This program aims at social, emotional, educational, and financial empowerment for young ladies who would have conceived during their adolescence. It helps them to develop life skills, gives them a sense of hope, helps them to access academic qualifications that they might have otherwise missed out on due to teen pregnancy. Madam President, recently we are also finished completing the re-registration aspect for the Poverty Alleviation Program, which is done out of St. Kitts. But Social Services Nevis would have assisted by going to different community centers as well as had the support within the office to individuals who needed assistance re-registering for that program. That program has been, that registration has been completed, and some of the first set of disbursements would have been made to priority groups such as the disabled as well as the elderly. Madam President, a lot is happening.
Oh, yes.
I understand why some might have been worried with the amount that's happening, but I'm young, I have energy, so we're going. In the Sustainable Development Unit, this unit is seeking to bring awareness to the Sustainable Development Goals. They would have launched the school garden, a school garden at the Ines France preschool. Do you see how so much of these departments are already interlinked? Yes. So they would have launched a garden which promoted the Sustainable Development Goals as well as that healthy lifestyle and the need to be able to train our young children from even a preschool level that you should know what you're eating, you should be able to grow what you're eating. The Sustainable Development Unit would have also begun working collaboratively with Ministry of Tourism, Disaster Management, et al. In developing a hiking policy for Nevis. We know we have a lot of beautiful, scenic hike destinations that we would go to sometimes, and they want to be able to have a clear policy, how people treat it, how you access it, safety protocols, general understanding, so that it's streamlined. The Sustainable Development Unit would have also put on a retirement preparedness seminar for some of the 50 non-established workers that are employed within the former Ministry of Social Development. So they would have been exposed to the training, how to plan for retirement, and just know what will happen when it happens. Of course, now many of those non-established workers will soon be able to access the pension plan that will be put in place for them by this caring government. For 2023, this unit aims to continue educating the masses on the Sustainable Development Goals. They hope to again access the schools and be able to train at that level, because a lot of times as adults, we educate us too and we can be re-educated, but it's so much easier and it has a much more long-term effect when we're able to target young people and get their buy-in from that age so that they can then even influence their parents and friends and family. In terms of the Department of Community Development, Madam President, they would have also had a number of activities throughout last year. Christmas in the capital, I'm sure most, if not all of us in this room would have attended that event. That is a signature event taking place every year annually at the main square in Charlestown. It was a beautiful ceremony, beautifully decorated, and I want to thank the Department of Community Development for continuing to put on such an amazing, iconic event. They would have also had the gospel explosion in 2022. Community development aims to reach all groups within our community, not just any one group. So you have groups that enjoy food festivals and some that enjoys cultural type festivals, but you have a core set of Christians as well who we want to be able to reach. And so the gospel explosion would have been able to target those communities, and it would have been a success. Camp Refresh, as well, a key program put on by Community Development, would have been held in 2022, and that would have had covered 175 students across 5 community centers, where they would have had a camp which engaged them in the history of Nevis, creative writing, public speaking, cultural expressions in the arts, a whole array of learning experiences. Madam President, the department would like to encourage more community involvement. Thus far, they have been supporting a number of community initiatives, and they're aiming to promote things such as community-based tourism through festivals such as the Barnes Gut Breadfruit Festival and the Jessup Seafood Fiesta. So they want to encourage. These festivals have been nothing short of amazing, where the community gets involved, they plan, and we give the support that's necessary. They're now staples on the annual calendar, and we want other communities to get involved and coordinate such efforts. There's also a keyboard program which would have ran from September 2021 to June 2022 at the Cotton Ground Community Center, and this would have been facilitated by Mr. Rohan Claxton, who deserves some kudos for his involvement. At least 5 children were able to play basic piano songs by the end of that program. That's 5 more children than me. Still can't play it. We would have had events such as a children baking workshop as well that would have been held at the Pond Hill Community Center. Madam President, I hope you can see how the different community centers are clearly being utilized by the department. So in 2023, we hope to be able to invest in those centers as well and be able to fix, maintain them, upgrade them, add some technology, add a schedule of programs that the community members can access. But right now, we can see that they are well utilized by our department. I'm near the end, Madam President. Madam President, looking forward to 2023. In social services, we hope to make efforts to strengthen families and improve readiness to respond to disasters. And when I say disasters, I don't mean only traditional hurricanes, floods, etc. We realize that something as simple as an individual family member getting sick can wipe out an entire family's saving. And that is a part of disaster preparedness, knowing that you can access things such as insurance to prevent that from happening. We plan to have the diversification of the current Yes to Success program with the introduction of recreational type activities for the youth at risk through music programs and attachments to sporting clubs. Another program, Madam President, that is proactive rather than reactive. We also have the expansion of the counseling services to include adolescents in an effort to provide a safe place for this demographic to receive psychological help. We'll have training sessions for RISE officers in anticipation of the program's resumption, as we hope to implement the 3rd cycle of this program by the 2nd quarter of 2023. In community development, the department will seek to increase employment prospects by facilitating landscape design, stone wall building, workshops, etc. Participants will receive training in stone wall building, garden layout, and this will include soil selection and plant identification. Ultimately, the hope is to create entrepreneurs in these fields, because our aim is not always to create employees, but individuals who can sustain themselves and in the future employ others. We'll have the revival of community homework assistance programs that will offer remedial education for students experiencing difficulties in reading. I think there was a call for that at some point today, so we can note that it's coming. We'll have the implementation of the Community Advancement Program, which will see a collaborative effort between the department and the police to teach values and life skills to youth through games, lectures, etc. It is hoped that these activities will help to address antisocial behaviors such as juvenile delinquency and the formation of gangs. Madam President, we have so many programs and projects in place to help with the problems of crime within the society. For individuals who believe that we only rely on the CCTV, I implore them to visit community development, visit social services, play back this video after it's done to hear some of the programs that we have in place so that you can then direct individuals who you see are in need of this service, and we can help to work together to create a better Nevis.
All of society.
All of society approach, Madam President. The Sustainable Development Unit, as I mentioned, will continue to work towards educating everyone on the Sustainable Development Goals, and they hope to air a new program on NTV entitled SDGs in Focus. So this program will aim to target the different ministries and departments to show what we are individually and collectively doing to meet the SDG goals in Nevis. The unit will also work closely with the Nevis World Heritage Committee, and in this collaboration, they will hope to be able to get UNESCO-inscribed heritage site in Nevis. I think the Honorable Premier would have mentioned yesterday that the Bath Hotel is one of the better prospects for such a thing. And I am happy that I was able to be a part in my previous role as the director of the Historical and Conservation Society before I was poached. I'm happy that I was able to contribute in accessing a grant to be able to help to stabilize the Bath Hotel, and hopefully they can move towards its restoration. And with the Department of Sustainable Development, they can get it inscribed as a World Historic Site. Madam President, I have said a lot today. I have explained some of what we've been doing within the ministry, and have highlighted many of what there is to come. This budget and this government is filled with ideas. This budget and this government is committed to a path of prosperity. This budget and this government is as effective as it gets, Madam President. So I would like to end today by wishing this bill safe passage in this honorable House.
Thank you, honorable member.
Are y'all want to wrap up? No. Wrap up? You want to wrap up? Shall I go ahead? We gotta go.
I recognize the honorable nominated member.
Madam President, pleasant good afternoon. I rise to give my support to the bill before this Honorable House, bill short titled the Nevis Appropriations Ordinance 2020 Nevis Appropriations 2023 Ordinance 2023. Pleasant good afternoon to all who have come. Feels good to be back in the Parliament. Madam President, let me at the outset, before going any further, congratulate you on your elevation to the position of President of this Honorable House. And permit me to also express thanks to the immediate past President of the House, Mr. Farrell Smithon. Madam President, the bill seeks to provide a sum in the amount of $261,650,850 for the functioning of the Nevis Island Administration for the year 2023. Of this sum, $195,490,850 is intended to be recurrent expenditure, and $66,160,000 is intended for capital expenditure. I want to congratulate the mover of the bill, the Minister of Finance, and the Premier for his superb delivery of the budget yesterday in what I would think is record time, and I've been here for quite a while. The budget normally goes on for 3 hours or close to 3 hours, and I think he did it in just under 2 hours. So I want to congratulate him for his superb delivery. It seems that record time is the way of doing things now, so I would also try to be very brief in my delivery. Also, I will try, but Madam President, I do have a hefty ministry, which is comprised of some very heavy departments, and so, it might take me a little time to do justice to all of the departments, but I will try to do it in some haste. Okay, where am I? Madam President, as you are aware, we're in the month of February, and in the normal course of doing things, we would have had the budget back in December. As the mover of the bill rightfully said, the law does permit us 60 days? 60 days into the new year, within which to bring the budget and remain within the constraints of the law. So we are on time, Madam President. But in the usual course of things, we would have wanted to come in December. But as we are all aware, we had elections for the Nevis Island Assembly on December 12th. And the electorate of Nevis decided to return the Concerned Citizens Movement to government. I want to say a heartfelt thank you to all those persons who went out and voted for the Concerned Citizens Movement to remain in government today. Madam President, God is good. God is good. You see, if we were to stop to consider what the alternative could have been, one would want to say, really and truly, that God is good. I think somebody said recently that we dodged something. I think I would have heard that. Madam President, with the Concerned Citizens Movement at the helm, Nevisians can be confident that we have good, solid leadership. There is hope for a brighter future for the children and for the youth of our island, the people of Nevis, the young, the middle-aged, and the elderly can be confident that they have a government that cares about them, and that their government is working in their best interests. We continue, Madam President, to move the island of Nevis forward. I want to again thank the good people of Nevis for returning the Concerned Citizens Movement to government in Nevis. I am certainly looking forward to a very successful term. Madam President, I want to speak for a little bit on the particular departments that I have been given the opportunity to lead at this time. The ministry is comprised of the departments of youth, of sports, information technology, library services, and education. Youth and sports, Madam President, are new to my portfolio. They would have previously been a part of the portfolio of the Honorable Member for Nevis 3, who you would have heard this morning. But they're now with education and technology. I think it's a good mix, Madam President. Madam President, the other part of the ministry, of course, you know, library services, information technology, and education, those would have been a part of my portfolio in the previous dispensation. You know, Madam President, I think those are good ministries to have. In fact, I'm very happy that I have those ministries. And somebody met me the other day. A good friend of mine met me in town, and he said, "Man, you got all the most potent departments with you." And I said, "Why you say that?" He said, "Man, you got the youth, you got the education, you got the sports, you got the information technology. That's the whole future there." And I hadn't thought about it in that way, you know. And when I stopped and I really thought about it, I had to agree with him. So without stepping on anybody's toes, you know, I want to agree with the gentleman. Those are potent departments. That's the future there. Because as we all know, we are only here for a little while, and the future rests with the young people. And so we have to make sure that we look after the young people in a good way, that the young people have some prominence. And so I'm glad that those departments are with me. So I can have a little thing to do with the future. Madam President, I believe that as leaders, that we have a sacred duty to ensure that our children and our young people are given every opportunity to grow and to develop with the necessary tools for them to be productive members of society. And as we all know, we live in a world that is ever evolving, more so now than in the past. Speak a little bit about sports, Madam President, and I have a lot of information. I'll try to run through the information but it's quite a bit. Speak a little bit about sports, Madam President. And you know that sports and education are intertwined, because right now we are having sports season in our schools, track and field season. So this is a good time to speak about sports. And sports is something that I like. I've always been involved in sports. I tried to do every single sport that I could do. I don't know how good I was at any of the sports, but I tried to do most sports. Cricket, I played cricket, football, basketball, track and field. I even played a little netball, you know. I know a little bit about stepping, and I think 3 seconds, right, ladies? Yeah. I know a little bit about netball. I used to play with the ladies when we used to help them. Long time ago, they used to play netball in school in Nevis, and we are bringing back netball to the schools. That is one of the things that we are doing in sports. I even used to be involved with horse racing, you know. So I'm somebody who's a lover of sports, Madam President, and so I'm very happy to have the Department of Sports. Madam President, I want to give kudos to the member for Nevis 3, the immediate past Minister of Sports, because I think that sports has been on a good footing here in Nevis. So I want to give kudos to him and congratulate him for the work that he did with sports over the past 5 years. I think I've gotten sports with a good platform upon which to build. So we are now going to increase. We're now going to increase the momentum in sports. You know, one of the first contacts that I had upon assuming the role as the Minister of Sports, I was contacted by the Nevis Cricket Association through the president, Mr. Powell, who indicated that plans were on the way for a special awards dinner on March 9th to celebrate and to honor the achievement of Mr. Elcomido Willett, who, as we all know, is the first Nevisian and first person from the Leeward Islands to make it into the West Indies team. So there's an anniversary celebration to mark the 50th anniversary of that achievement, and that's going to be on March 9th, I think at the Malcolm Gishard Recreation Park. And he approached me and asked for some assistance from the government. And I recalled, and I was happy to relate to him, that the government had already made a decision to support the event to the tune of $50,000. And so I was happy to convey that information to him. And again, I want to say kudos to the Honorable Eric Evelyn, who was the one who brought that to the government. And so we all supported that decision. And so we should have the handing over of that check shortly. And we want to wish that event and, of course, Mr. Willett every success. When Nevisians do well, we want to celebrate them. It's always good to honor and celebrate those of our people who do exceptional things. And that was quite exceptional because, you know, back in the day, small island people could not break into the West Indies team. So that was a barrier that was broken down by a division. And I think that it is something that we can all be proud of as Nevisians. So I'm very, very happy to identify with the Nevis Cricket Association on that endeavor. To stay a little bit on cricket, Madam President, it's the intention of this government, the Ministry of Sports, to support cricket. Cricket has been, I think I can say, our biggest sport in Nevis. I think I can say that. We have been very successful as Nevisians in cricket. We have put quite a few persons on the West Indies team, from Mr. Willett himself, Derek Parry, Keith Atherton, Stuart Williams, Carl Tuckett, my own childhood friend, Renako Morton, to Kyron Powell. And we have had many cricketers play at the top levels of regional cricket. So we have been very successful in cricket in Nevis. And so we want to give as much support as possible to the Nevis Cricket Association. We want to, how should I put it? We want to partner with them. We want to partner with them in cricket from the primary school level all the way up to the adult level. We want to improve that partnership. We want to ensure that this generation of cricketing talent and the generations to come of cricketing talent, that they have every single support that they need to make it to the highest level. Just on Sunday, this past Sunday, I was at the E.T. Willett Park because there's a cricket game that's going on there. I think it's going on right now. There's a cricket game that started there on Sunday. I think it's Nevis playing against Montserrat in the Leeward Island Cricket Tournament. And of course, the Ministry of Sports, we would have done our part to facilitate the game. But I went there for a few minutes, well, more than a few minutes, met with the guys and had some talk about cricket. And I got a copy of the electronic scorecard. You know, nowadays they do it modern, so the scorecard comes on your cell phone. And a little later in the evening, I was checking the scorecard. And I was pleasantly surprised, and I looked at it and I marveled because I realized that the youngster, I think he's still a teenager, who was the Sportsman of the Year from the Ministry of Sports, Sportsman of the Year for 2022, Mr. Onaje Amri, that he had gotten 6 wickets. And, you know, that made me feel really good because our young people are already performing even at the senior level. So it shows that we have the necessary talent. And I think I was told that there were 4 persons on the team who had just recently played West Indies under-19 cricket. So that's a good sign for cricket here on Nevis. And so the Department of Sports and the Ministry, of course, would want to offer every support that we can. Madam President, there are lots of other sports. Of course, we have football. We have quite a few persons in Nevis who are interested in football. I think we have a group of guys from Bath Village who go over to St. Kitts to play in the Premiership on St. Kitts. I think it's Bath United, am I correct? Yes. Bath United. They have been playing on St. Kitts for several years now. I think they started out in the second division, made it to Division 1, and then they're now in the Premiership. I have to get myself, fully acquainted with all of the sporting leagues. But that much I know offhand. And these guys have been doing quite a lot when it comes to football. And I will say that a lot of what they have done is sort of in spite of. And going forward, the government would want to partner with our football associations to ensure that our footballers are Nevis, that they're not at any disadvantage. We want to upgrade our facilities here in Nevis so that our footballers have pitches that are as good or better than the ones, around the region. Because in Nevis, we always like to have the best. We always like to have the best here in Nevis. And so we want to provide that support for football. We're also going to be providing support for basketball. I've already been met by the good people from the Amateur Basketball Association here on Nevis, and I've already given our continued commitment to basketball. I think the very first thing that I did when I became the Minister of Sports was to go to a closing ceremony for a football league that was sponsored by the member for a basketball league, a basketball league at our brand new netball and basketball facility, which was just recently upgraded. Kudos to the member for Nevis 3. I think the very day of the swearing-in ceremony, the very evening, I went there. And the tournament was sponsored, of course, by the member for Nevis 1, and I'll name him, the Honorable Spencer Brand, who was the sponsor for that event. Because you see, Madam President, it's very good that, we as leaders and ministers, that we do our ministerial work and we work on behalf of the people. But it's a lot better when we come in our personal capacity and we give a little sponsorship, we give back to the community. And so I was very happy to go there to be a part of that. And I felt good knowing that the title sponsor was our very own Honorable Spencer Brand. So that was my first bit of official duty as the Minister of Sports. As a matter of fact, we had a little handing over ceremony there, because everything was already planned by the Department of Sports. And I came as an observer. And then when the member for Nevis 3 was giving his presentation, he put me on the spot and he called me up. He said, "Now I want to call up the new Minister of Sports." So that was my first bit of official duty at the Grell Stevens complex. Madam President, have you been there recently? I don't know if you play a little netball, but maybe you should play a little netball, get some, keep fit. But the place up there was, renovated, and everything up there looks brand new. And I think now, if we want to do some upgrades, you know, we will have to look long and hard to find what we need to upgrade, you know, because such a wonderful job was done there. And the lights too. You know, the lights. I will talk a little bit about the lights because under the member for Nevis 3, we did a big lighting project. I have it somewhere here to say a little bit later, but I'm already talking about it, so let me talk about it. Under the member for Nevis 3, we did a big lighting project here on Nevis. Some 18 sporting facilities and fields in Nevis were lit with LED. LED lights, energy-saving lights. I know those who are champions for the environment will be happy to hear that. That these lights mean some significant energy savings, you know, and it's good for the environment also. But 18 of our fields and courts on the island of Nevis were already upgraded. I believe most of it has been done already. This was done in conjunction with the Caribbean Development Bank. And we had some assistance from Nevis also. I think Nevis was a part of the project. Madam President, it would have come at some significant costs to the government. But, of course, if we are about looking out for people, then cost is a part of that. And no price is too much to be paid for the people of Nevis. Nothing is too good for the people of Nevis. And so, Madam President, 18 of them have been done already, and we are not going to stop there. We want to upgrade the other fields, those that did not have lights and those that still have the old-time incandescent type lights, because we are about, you know, looking out for the environment, Madam President. We want to bring progress, but we want that progress to be sustainable. So even in sports, Madam President, we are trying to be good citizens and we are trying to be sustainable. So I was talking about basketball, right? And while we're on Grell Hall Stevens, you know, netball complex, we'll talk a little bit about netball too. Because we have seen the signs of the resurrection of netball in Nevis. And we want to build on that. Madam President, you heard me say I used to play netball. Well, when I was in primary school, a long time ago, right? I'm happy to say that, you know. Madam President, you know why I'm happy to say that? Because I've been in this honorable house for quite a while. And when I came here first, they used to all call me youngster. You know? So it feels good now to say that when I was in primary school a long time ago, right, Madam President? You see how long we're over here? And we're going to be over here for a long time to come. Thank God. Glory be to God. We're going to be here for a long while. So I was telling you, Madam President, that when I was in primary school, the girls used to play netball. You used to have school playing against school, playing netball. And the boys used to go and play with the girls to kind of coach them, you know, to kind of help them up. So when they go back to playing against other girls, they would have had the experience of playing with the boys who are a little bit more rough. So then they would be prepared and they would be ready. So my whole experience in learning to play netball was to ensure that the girls in our school, that they had an advantage. So we were looking out for them, okay? Men and women have to learn to work together, right? For the betterment of everybody. So yeah, I could play a little netball. I used to know the rules. And so, Madam President, we are hopeful that we will have the revitalization of netball here on Nevis. I think we have, I didn't even work with the notes on this one, so I'm going to ad-lib a little bit. But I know that we are doing something in the schools already with netball. And what we are doing is introducing coaching. We're not actually going to have a tournament to start out with because we want to teach the netball. And at the end of that coaching, and I'm looking to the director of sports who is there, and he's going to correct me where I'm a little bit off. But at the end of that coaching, we'll have some games, right? Yes, I'm correct. But not a full-on tournament yet, Madam President. That full-on tournament we are looking to have next year? Yes. So by next year, we will be in position to have full-on netball tournament in the school. And thereafter, we will be looking to make it something annual. And we want to build on that. We want to build and, have the young ones grow up knowing the game and learning the game and getting better at the game so that our adult netball would get better too. I think we started doing netball last year, was it? We had a big tournament in Brownhill 2 years ago. Big tournament. Again, kudos to the former Minister of Sports. And I'll be saying that a lot, I'll be saying that a lot because he did a good turn in sports. And when people do good, we should be happy to say it. We shouldn't just come and look for all of the negatives. We should be happy to celebrate people when they do well. Do unto others as we would have them do unto us. That's the golden rule, right? That's the golden rule. You see, they say if you train up a child in the way that he should go, that when he's old, he's not going to depart from it. So these are the things that we learn when we are small and we carry them through life with us. So I know that you're supposed to celebrate people when they do good. So when you see the government doing good, nothing wrong with just saying, nothing is wrong with saying, yeah, I think they're doing well. No, nothing wrong with that. We're all human. Not a thing wrong with that. It's the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them to do unto you. So, Madam President, we want to support netball. Time flying, Madam President? 45 minutes already? And I thought I would be done in 45 minutes. Okay. So, Madam President, what haven't I spoken about in sports yet? Oh, so I've spoken about netball and basketball and cricket. Track and field, athletics, I can talk about that when I get to education. Because, the mover of the bill said that he sees some synergies in combining, and that's one of the synergies. We've been partnering with education and sports on track and field. There are lots of synergies, and I'll talk about them a lot today. I think I had something here about, yes, drag racing. Drag racing. We also want to support drag racing, Madam President. I think drag racing is one of our newer sports. And quite a bit has been done in Nevis to drag racing. What you say, give honor where honor is due? The drag race strip was built with an NRP party in government. So we want to give them some kudos for that. You see? Could give kudos. Could give kudos. I want to give them kudos for that, Madam President. But it is our intention, Madam President, to support drag racing here on Nevis. I've already met with our drag racing unit here on Nevis. And I've also met with some of the leading racers. And we've had some discussions on how we can move drag racing forward. It's a rather unique and peculiar sport, but it's something that people like. And we want to find a way to make it sustainable. I've heard people say that the first big drag race that we had over on the drag racing strip was one of the biggest events that we have ever seen in Nevis. I was not here at the time. I was in university. But I've only heard about it. Since I've been back, I've been to quite a few of the races. I'm a young person at heart. I like to hear engines. I might have been involved in racing before we had the official jag strip. Yeah, before that. So I've been around. I know most of the racers. They know me well. And so we're going to have a good working relationship going forward. I want to say one more little thing on sports, because I have to hurry up. Horse racing. I think I mentioned a bit earlier that I'm a sports person and I even like horse race. I see Rudy here, and Rudy was our big commentator. And, you know, I think most of us now know him as a big commentator, but Rudy used to be a jockey too. Rudy used to be, yes, used to be a jockey, a very good one too, you know. I grew up around horse racing, Madam President. I've done everything in horse racing. I was an exercise jockey. Yes, I jockeyed in one race. One race, but I was a regular exercise jockey. That's the person who exercised the horses in the morning. Yes, I did come last. You see? They like to make jokes, you know. Madam President, but this is serious. We want to have that conversation with the Nevis Turf and Jockey Club and the other persons who are interested in horse racing to see what can be done to revive horse racing in Nevis. It's something that we like in Nevis. It's a Nevisian tradition, and we want to see if we can bring it back. I would have heard the member for Nevis 3, who would have brought some information to us recently, and we are going to have those conversations, Madam President. So this government, we're very serious about sports, very serious about sports. It is our intention, Madam President, to do what we need to do to ensure that sports is given a prominent place here in Nevis. We have some ball fields, some stadiums and so on that we are going to upgrade. We'll talk a little bit about Mondo Track, because I heard Mondo Track being mentioned before as an unfinished project. And you know, it rubbed me the wrong way to hear Mondo Track being called an unfinished project. And you know why? Because in the entire history of Nevis before that, prior to Mondo Track, all of the students and the track athletes and whoever they are in Nevis would have been running on grass and dirt. Prior to that, Madam President, you understand? Madam President, you ran when you were in school? All of us would have been running on grass and dirt tracks. And the government found it fit to invest in the young people of Nevis to build a track that is second to none anywhere in the Caribbean. That surface is second to none anywhere in the Caribbean. I will tell you, a few weeks ago, we took some high school students over to St. Kitts for a track meet, and we have another one in St. Kitts coming up this Sunday, right? So I want to encourage the general public to go out and support our young people. I think CSS and GSS will be sending over a contingent of athletes over to St. Kitts. But Madam President, I will say it on the mic here because I want something to change. The students say when they go over to St. Kitts to run on the track that their feet start to hurt them because the track is hard. They prefer to run at Mondo Track. That's what the students say. Now, I'm not condemning the facility in St. Kitts. It's an older facility. And so, over time, the track would have started to deteriorate. And so there's need, you know, to do some upgrades and some renovation there. But for the time being, Madam President, the track over there, the Nevis Athletic Stadium, the Mondo Track over there, is a far superior surface, Madam President. So for anybody to come to this honorable house to refer to the Mondo Track as an unfinished project, I think, I want to find the right word. Well, I know that, but it's also an injustice. It's an injustice to all of the young people. You know how much young people feel good to know that they can go and train on that surface? You know how good they feel to know that they can run there? Madam President, I'll tell you, COVID-19 came in 2020. And so some of the schools had sports already, and then we had to stop some because of COVID-19. 2021, I don't think we had any sports, right? No sports in 2021. 2022, sports came back. And most of our schools, public schools, they all had their sports over at Mondo Track, right? All of them at Mondo Track. And some persons were saying, oh, the school sports are community sports. We want to go back to the community and have the sports in the community and so on. You know, including the member for Nevis 3. Yes, I'm glad you said that. You know, the people were saying, you know, we at Ball Pasture, like the member for Nevis 3 said he wanted to go to Swamp. Oh, yeah. You should have heard him this past Sunday over there at the Mondo Track talking about the Gingerland Secondary School sports. He didn't want to go to Swamp anymore. You see, Madam President, what happened is that the schools got one whiff of what it felt like to be at Mondo Track. The students got one whiff of what it felt like to have the sports at Mondo Track, and they are never going back. They don't want to go back to the community. All of them now want to keep the sports at Mondo Track. Madam President, we are aware. They want to be on that blue surface. I think it's that. Oh, yes. I think it's that. You know? Madam President, we are aware that we need to put in some facilities there. We are aware. And this is a caring government, Madam President. And I can say, without fear of condemnation, that over this term, we are going to put the necessary facilities right there at the Mondo track. So even though everything is not done yet, the most important thing was done for the benefit of the young people of Nevis. Yes, and we are seeing results. I have that to talk about under education. Madam President, synergies. Time is going. Eh? Time flies when you're having fun. Madam President, I want to talk a little bit about youth. And I want to, at the outset, say, I always wanted to be the Minister of Youth. From the very beginning, you know? The thing I've always wanted most is to be the Minister of Youth. I can admit it now. because I'm here now. Yes, thank you. I want to thank the Honorable Premier. Yes. Because when I came in, everybody used to say how young I am. All kind of thing they used to tell me about how young I am. Not so young now. Getting a little white and so on, Madam President. You know, we all get there, and I'm proud of it, you know. I'm proud of it. I enjoy it no more than anybody. I'm proud of it. But I'm happy now to have the Ministry of Youth because I believe we can do a lot more for the young people. We've already been doing quite a bit, but I believe that we can do more to empower the young people. The youth are the future. And I would have heard colleague Senator, Madam Minister, speak a lot about what her ministry is doing for youth. And that's why I speak a lot about synergies, because we are going to be partnering together. We're going to be working together for the benefit of the young people. And so, yeah, I always wanted this department, so I'm glad I have it. And they have a wonderful team there at the Department of Youth. I think the director is right there. Lovely smile, you know. Good people working for the young people of Nevis. And, you know, the Department of Youth gave me a calendar of events that they have for this year, 2023. And when I saw the calendar first and I started going through the calendar, I'm like, these people have a lot of energy, eh? Because so many things happening for the young people. And when I thought about coming to the house and the fact that I could not talk about everything, you know, I felt a little bad. But I've gone and taken just a few things, just a snippet, to highlight some of what is happening for the youth in Nevis. April is Youth Month. Did we, Madam President, you know that April? Yes. April is Youth Month. And so we have a whole calendar of events for Youth Month this year. I think we also have Easter Camp during April. And the Department of Youth has been putting on an Easter Camp now for quite some time. I think they were interrupted by COVID. Everything was interrupted by COVID. But the Easter Camp is back. And the Easter camp normally caters for over 100 young people. So during the Easter, all the young people go to the Department of Youth Easter camp. And we're planning something really big for this Easter. And we're also partnering with sports and with the library, right? Synergies. That's what the mover of the bill and the Honorable Premier spoke about. I think he knew what he was doing. He was very deliberate in doing it because we have a whole lot of partnership going on. Madam President, permit me to pick up my phone because I saw something on my phone just a while ago that came to me from the Department of Youth. Let me see if I can find it. Yes. And this one is happening in March. And it's a collaboration between the Department of Youth and the Nevis Public Library. And it's for World Poetry Day, right? World Poetry Day coming up shortly. And we are going to be having a poetry writing competition. The winners will be announced on March 21st. And the poems are going to be on the topic, Self-Love, Embracing My Identity. And I see some cash prizes here. I see $500 for first place. It's a lot of money. $300 for second place, and $200 for third place. And the deadline for submitting your piece or your poem is on March 15th, 2023. I think we have two categories: primary age students, ages 9 to 11, and secondary age students, ages 12 to 16. So again, we have collaboration. Department of Youth collaborating with the library, Madam President. And, you know, I like this ministry because it's going to be a lot of collaboration, all for the benefit of the people of Nevis, Madam President. You see, this ministry is not one that is heavy on civil works and that type of thing. And I'm a trained engineer, you know. I like civil works and so on. But I'll tell you, this ministry is about touching people. I like civil works, but I love touching people, Madam President. So I love being here. That's the difference. So, Madam President, there's also another lovely initiative that was started recently by the Department of Youth. And it's called Girls Can Play Football Initiative. It was launched just recently by the Department of Youth in partnership with one of the 2022 25 Most Remarkable Teens. You've heard of the 25 Most Remarkable Teen Initiative, right? Okay, so this is one of those persons who was a 25 Most Remarkable Teen doing an initiative, and it's called Girls Can Play. It's the Department of Youth and Miss Alexandra Richards. And the students, they go over to Bath playing field in Bath Village. And you know, it's collaboration again because I see the director of sports over there with them as a part of the initiative. He's one of the tutors, I think, right? Just support. Okay. That's everybody coming together to work together. This is a remarkable initiative where they're bringing young girls together. And it's not just about football. It's also life coaching, Madam President. So from a very young age, they go there on a Saturday, I think? On a Saturday. Every Saturday or every other Saturday? On Wednesdays and Saturdays. And they learn some football skills and they learn some life skills. You know, and another initiative being put on by the Department of Youth And when I heard about this one, I was rather intrigued. I was smiling for about 5 minutes straight, and you know that's hard. And this one is called Lessons with Class. Lessons with Class, Madam President. And it's to teach the youth, you know, things like good manners, proper dining, how you set the dining room table, how you sit, proper etiquette when you eat, and so on. I think there's something that's going to be happening in Bath Village at the Alberta Payne Community Center shortly, and that will be one of the first installments of this initiative. This is a very lovely initiative, bringing back some, what my grandmother used to call, old-fashioned manners to the young people. And I think it's well needed, Madam President. And so I want to say kudos to the good folks at the Department of Youth. Madam President, we are also going to use the Department of Youth to do a lot of things for young people in Nevis. We are looking at doing a lot of courses in partnership with youth and education, of course. Courses for people of school age and courses for young adults. We're looking at things such as sewing, cooking, baking, cake decorating, plumbing, electrical wiring, woodworking and carpentry, hair braiding, and a host of other things. These are programs that we are going to be looking to roll out shortly in short courses, Madam President. So a lot of things will be happening. Madam President, I said that the library and youth were collaborating, and the library continues to do a lot, you know, their own part on Nevis. So they're going to be collaborating on the Easter camp, but then, you know, library also has their big camp in the summer. And one of the good things about synergies now is that we're not going to have Department of Youth and library having the camp at the same time, so that they're, you know, clashing. We're going to have them running one after the other, so the children can have the best of everything. I think the Premier, you know, he knew why he wanted it this way, and I'm very happy that it is this way. I want to run along, you know, I've gone past my 45 minutes. The library is at the moment having a Black History Month exhibition. This would have started on February 13th, and it goes until the 10th of March. So I want to encourage everybody to go to the library to check out this Black History Month exhibition. And I think it's about cricket. Yes, it's about cricket. And not just cricket, it's celebrating El Comido Willet. And we would have spoken about Willet before. And so it's good to celebrate our people when they do great things. And so I want to encourage everybody out there to go and visit the library between now and the 10th of March to have a look at that exhibition. Madam President, I want to move on to information technology. And information technology, Madam President, it is the here and now. It is the future. It is like the circulatory system of any modern society. We can't do without information technology, Madam President. Madam President, I want you to think about something. Think about anything that you want to know. What is your first instinct? You have your computer in front of you, right? It's to go and Google it, right? Anything that you can think about now, you would want to go and Google it, look it up, anything that you want to know. And all of that is information technology. And information technology is very new, because if somebody said they want to look for something, any young person out there would tell you, Google it, or go on YouTube. Google is a company that was started when? 1998. YouTube, 2005. All of these new companies by young people. The persons who started Google, they are not yet 50. And the persons who started YouTube are young people also, in their early 40s. But today, in this society, anywhere you go, and you say you want to look up something, they naturally tell you, go Google it, or go on YouTube if you want to find out how to do anything. So, IT, Madam President, that was just to give you a sort of, intro into how important IT is in our society. Things that we used to take a long time to do. Madam President, you're a lawyer. When you want to do some research, but you're a modern lawyer, so you know about typing LexisNexis, this called Mr. Premier? Yes. Lexis, I learned things, when you keep company with smart people, something rub off. Something does rub off. So, for the lawyers out there, I know about LexisNexis too. But the lawyers who would have gone to school in the Premier's time, when they had to research something, they had to go to the library and they had to find the book, the relevant book. It might take them an hour to find the book. And then they have to go into the book and search for what they want. Nowadays, when you want something, whatever your mind tells you you want, you type it somewhere and it pops up. And that is the power of information technology, Madam President. That is the type of world that we live in. So the next time you're on the internet and you're looking for something and your internet is a little slow and it takes a minute instead of 10 seconds to find it, consider what used to happen 20 years ago. Consider how lucky you are. Information technology is important. And the Nevis Island administration, we had good foresight and we recognized that IT is important. So, years ago, before most of the other governments in the region, we went down the road of creating a very, good IT system for our government. We have one of the most sophisticated information technology infrastructure systems in the region, right here in Nevis. Right here in Nevis. What obtains over on St. Kitts is nowhere close to what we have here in Nevis. And I can say that without any fear of condemnation. Without any. We have a top-of-the-line system that incorporates pretty much all of the government departments, all of our public schools, our healthcare facilities, police stations, the security apparatus, CCTV that we have built out. And, we're not just reliant on CCTV alone, but it's a good tool to have. Good tool to have, Madam President. You can hardly walk anywhere in Charleston right now, Madam President, and you're not on camera. Almost anywhere in Charleston you walk, a camera is covering you. And it has done a lot to deter crime here in Nevis. And it has also assisted the security forces in solving the few crimes that we have happening. And we've come a long way here in Nevis, and IT has played its part. Through CCTV. Madam President, I don't know if you're aware, but you should be aware. Because it had been said, I think the Premier would have said it in his press conference, that we were the targets of a malicious cyber attack here on Nevis to our very sophisticated IT system. And you know what? we were the victims of a cyber attack, yes. And it happened on the 27th of January of this year. And the fact that the system was so sophisticated contributed to the attack, you know, because the illicit actors who are out there, they created what you call ransomware. And the ransomware, the particular type of ransomware that was deployed or that was used to compromise our system here in Nevis, it only attacks networks of a certain sophistication. It only attacks what we call virtual machines. So, Madam President, if somebody were to take that particular ransomware program and they were to put it on your computer, it would not do anything. If they were to put it on my tablet, it would not do anything. If it was to be put on anybody's personal computer, it would not affect it. It only attacks what we call virtual machines. Only those type of sophisticated server machines it attacks. So on the 27th of January, the good folks at IT got some calls from people in the various departments that our phones were down. That was the first indication, Madam President, that the phones were down. So the people at IT went naturally to look at the phone system. When they checked the phone system, they realized that there was no issue with the phones themselves. And so they went and they did a little deeper investigation. And those investigations revealed that the system itself had been compromised, or as we would say colloquially, hacked. Basically what happened is that the ransomware infiltrated the virtual machines and they were able to encrypt these machines. So we couldn't get access to our network. So those persons who are in the NIA who would normally come into their computer and sign on to their computer, you would not be able to get access. The internet that we have also, everything is run through our virtual server. So those servers would have been encrypted, so that meant that the entire NIA internet was down because we have a centralized system. It's not a case where you have your home internet and so somebody hacks your computer and so it's only the computer that's hacked. The entire system runs through the virtual servers. So the system was hacked and the entire system was brought down. Madam President, it was a cause for concern, of course. It was a big disturbance. All of our departments were down. We couldn't really function. And so it happened on a Thursday. And so then the Friday passed, and for the entire weekend, the IT department would have worked over the weekend to try their best to restore our system. We would have been very cautious also, because you wouldn't want to try to open up the system again only to have the ransomware infiltrate the system once more. So we took our time over the weekend, and I want to give kudos to the good people at our IT department, led by Mr. Craig David. You know, because it was quite a Herculean task to bring back up the network in such a short time. Because over the weekend we were able to identify what the threat was, and we were able to come up with a plan of action to bring the NIA network back up. Luckily for us, we had what we call a hard backup that was off of the system. Our system, let me tell you a little bit. The system is very sophisticated, Madam President. System consists of virtual machines. Virtual machines are housed in what you call hypervisors, Madam President, and the hypervisors are housed on what you call a server blade. So the server blade is a big server machine, computer machine, that holds several different virtual machines. And we had what we called a multi-layered backup system. So it was not just a system running on its own. We had a backup, what we call a warm site, Madam President. So you would remember that we had the Treasury fire in Nevis some years back. And we had a lot of information that was held at the Treasury. So we would have learned from what happened then. So we had real-time backups. And what the real-time backup does is that if the servers are housed in building A and building A goes down, we would be immediately able to restore the system from building B that holds our real-time backups. So a sophisticated system. We would have learned from the Treasury fire. So we call it a warm site, which means that the primary site is hot, that's being used, and you have a warm site that's ready to use in the event that the primary site goes down. Now, these hackers are very sophisticated. So they would have encrypted the files at site A, but then they were also very smart in encrypting the sites on B also. So, you know, people out there, and they sit and they think up of ways to do bad. Some people do that. Madam President, and it's not because of any lack of preparation on our part that this happened, because as we speak, the city of Oakland in California, in the United States of America, big city, they were hacked by ransomware last week. And it's a similar ransomware to what attacked us here on Nevis. So it's something similar that has happened to them. And they have had to declare a state of emergency, actually, in Oakland. So as we speak today, Oakland is still under a state of emergency because they were affected by ransomware, similar to what affected us here on Nevis. Madam President, we did not have to declare a state of emergency. This happened on a Thursday. We were able to identify what happened, and over the weekend, we were able to put a plan in place to start to reconstruct and to restore the system. And so, by early in the following week, we were able to take our hard backups that we had, and we were able to recreate new virtual machines and a new environment for the NIA. Most of the users on the NIA system, they would only know that the computer has come back up and that they're able to once again access their information. But they won't be aware of all that has happened. But what we did, or what the good folks at IT did, was to create a completely new environment for the NIA to operate within, a new virtual environment. And Madam President, we have been able to restore most of the data that was encrypted by the ransomware. So we didn't really lose our data. We lost our email accounts. Our emails were served. We hosted our emails on-prem. We hosted them ourselves within the NIA. We have since moved to Microsoft Outlook, which is offering us endpoint security, Madam President. So we have shifted our emails to Microsoft. And of course, Microsoft is a company that needs no introduction anywhere. If you've used a computer, then you've had interaction with Microsoft. They are an industry leader. So our emails are now hosted by Microsoft as opposed to being hosted by the Nevis Island Administration. Madam President, so where are we now with our IT system? So we work to rebuild our virtual machines and our server networks, and we have recreated a new NIA IT ecosystem. So that system is running at about 90% right now. I think all of our departments have already been migrated onto the new system, and so we are at 90%. Our new emails have already been deployed, and I think through some good intervention from the Honorable Premier, we have been able to get back the original email domains. So persons out there in the outside world who used to interact with us by email would be able to do so using the same emails. Okay? And that is a big plus for us. So we are back up at, yes, at NIAGov.com. So our NIAGOV.com emails are what we would be using. So we were able to restore that, thanks to some intervention from the Honorable Premier. Yes, good leadership. In time of crisis, you need good leadership. And Madam President, I also want to thank the Cabinet, because the Cabinet agreed to the purchase of what we call a complete change monitoring auditing tool. And basically what this does is that this is going to provide real-time monitoring for our IT system. So, Madam President, anything that this auditing tool sees that is out of the ordinary, it's going to flag it immediately. And our designated IT professionals, they will get an immediate notification on their cell phone that something is happening on the system. And so that's anything out of the ordinary. So, Madam President, if you were a user on the system and you normally log on to the system at 8 a.m. and log off at 4 p.m., and for some reason you're on the system at 8 p.m. at night, they will get a notification. So it's anything that's out of the ordinary that's going to be flagged. Any file type that is not a normal file type for a particular user, that is also going to be flagged. So it's a complete change monitoring auditing tool. And the Cabinet has already given the okay to purchase it. The IT department have purchased it, and it has already been deployed. As I said before, we have migrated our email system now to Microsoft Outlook. And this has what we call multi-factor endpoint authentication. Some persons have been having some difficulty getting their emails up, and I want to apologize for that. And that's because of the multi-factor authentication. So when you go on your computer and you sign up for your new email and you log in, you have to put an authenticator on your phone, and then you have to click on your phone to say, yes, it's me, when you log in. So that's just adding some security to our emails. We have already deployed a more robust antivirus protocol on our system, Madam President, and we are actively looking into deploying endpoint detection and response, or EDR protection. This will allow not only, this will allow us to not only track files, but we will be able to use artificial intelligence to track user patterns. So we are looking at deploying some artificial intelligence. We intend to deploy industry standard multi-factor authentication on the entire system, on all of our user accounts. So it's not only going to be on the emails, but when our NIA users use their accounts, it's going to require multi-factor authentication. it is also our intention to integrate what we call third level logical or physical ear gap backup. This is sort of what we had, but in a more old-fashioned type of way. We are going to have a more modern ear gap backup system. So this is something that's going to back up the system, but then it won't be able to communicate on the internet. So in the event that anybody wants to deploy malware or anything like that, the malware won't be able to get to that. Madam President, I want to assure the general public that the NIA is open for business and that your information is safe and secure, Madam President. Again, I want to say kudos to the good people at IT who came in, who worked all weekend, all night, for quite a while to ensure that our system was back up and running. Somewhere here, I think I had their names because I wanted to call their names to thank them because they worked really, really hard. Mr. Craig David, the director, Jevon Claxton, the deputy director, and I must say that Jevon was out on sick leave. He had the flu, but he came in nonetheless to work to ensure that we got the system back up and running. Mr. Jaron Brown, we have Jermaine, we have Gary, we have Ezekiel, and Mr. Tianju, who is not with IT anymore, but he's still with IT. I want to say a special thanks to all of those gentlemen. And of course, we had a lot of assistance from Mr. Quincy Prentice, who is a former director of the IT department, but who is now with National Bank. And also Mr. Dion Herbert of Microsoft, who was very instrumental in getting our emails back for us. Remember earlier I was giving the Honorable Premier kudos. Madam President, how am I doing on time?
You're right on time in asking. You have 5 minutes left.
Oh, Lord. You know, and education is the biggest part of the ministry, you know, and I haven't started yet. You see, I said it at the outset, you know. It's a big ministry. We have a lot going on. An hour and a half has passed, and I did not even realize that I was trying to do it in 45 minutes. Madam President, so that's IT. We talk a bit about education. And education, as we know, has a manifold impact on society, from raising the quality of life to creating conditions conducive to the development of talented individuals capable of changing societies. The importance of education in society lies in the fact that it creates opportunities for acquiring knowledge and skill that are literally changing the world. We spoke about Google earlier. Those guys were in university doing, I think, doctoral studies when they came up with Google. Highly educated people. So with good education, you can change the world, Madam President. And so we want to ensure that our young people here on Nevis, that they have access to the best education possible. Madam President, last year in 2022, you see, we've come so far now from the COVID lockdowns and so on. I don't even think anybody remembers that last year in 2022, when we started off the year, we had a little spike, a little COVID spike. And we couldn't start school for the first 2 weeks that we had intended to start school. So school started late. But then I think we started with the preschools. But then we were able to get our primary schoolers and our high schoolers in school. And you know, Madam President, I am so happy. I am so happy that we are where we are now, where some people would want us to forget that COVID-19 ever even happened. You know, and we did not just stumble to where we are now. We got here because of good leadership and prudent management. That's why we got here. Because, Madam President, while we here in Nevis taking a lot of things for granted, in some of the other islands in the region, they only returned to in-person classes in September of last year, you know. They only returned to in-person classes in September. But we here in Nevis had returned to in-person classes long time ago. That some persons would even want us to forget that COVID-19 happened and that it ever affected anything. So all of the good things that we have been able to achieve, we have done it in spite of the fact that we had to come to COVID. And you know, I want to give kudos to the team at the Department and the Ministry of Education because they have been working tirelessly. I want to give kudos to all of the principals and the teachers and the other members of staff in the school for the hard work that they have put in to get us to where we are now, to the point where we don't even remember that COVID was a big thing. Some would want us to forget that, Madam President. You know, Madam President, a lot of things changed with COVID. We had to institute certain protocols and so on in our schools. Remember, we had the shift system in our high schools. We had to bring in additional cleaners and so on. That came at significant cost to the government. That came at significant cost to the government. We had to hire additional people to clean in the schools between classes, Madam President.
Your time has expired.
Madam President, I want to beg your indulgence for an additional half an hour to conclude my presentation.
The question is that the honourable member be granted a further 30 minutes within which to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
You know, Madam President, I don't know how we got to this point. I really wanted to finish on time, you know. I really wanted to finish on time. But we got so much things to talk about, I will try to hurry it up, you know. But I want to do justice to education, you know, because it deserves justice. Education is a big thing. It's a significant department. You know, education employs, as a department in the government, the most people. You know that, Madam President? Yes, by far. Remember, we have so many schools. Some of these schools are bigger than whole departments, you know. Some of these schools are a whole ecosystem in themselves. And remember, within these schools, we have lots of students. We have a lot of buildings and so on that require maintenance and upkeep. And you know, when you have people going into buildings every single day, it's going to take a lot to keep them up. So education is big, Madam President, and it is wide-ranging. Education involves sports, it involves social services, it involves health, it involves public works, it involves agriculture, because we got agriculture and education too, and it involves a whole lot of finance. So, of course, it involves culture. So it is all-encompassing, Madam President, and that's why it takes a little time, and so I want to thank you. Madam President, I was saying that we had to hire a lot of persons in the school to clean between the classes and so on. And you know, Madam President, that once you employ people, even though the pandemic is finished, you can't tell people, well, go home, you know? You can't say to people, well, the pandemic is over, so you should just go home. So we have to find ways to keep the person. So we have kept some of the protocols in place because, you know, cleanliness is next to godliness, of course. So some of the protocols that we had introduced due to COVID, we have kept them in the schools. You know, we also had to get persons to work on the school buses and so on. So what you're going to say to people, that all of a sudden we no longer require your services? No, that is not, this is not that type of government. We are a government that cares about people. You know, sometimes in a private business, you can say certain things to people and people won't feel anyway. But we are government. We are about the people of Nevis and caring for the people of Nevis. Madam President, I'm gonna hurry up now. I want to make mention of our students who did overseas exams. Because since 2020, our students have had to operate in a less than optimal environment, of course, to do these exams. But they have been doing very well. They have been adapting and they have been doing very well. Our teachers have been going the extra mile to ensure that our students are successful. So I want to highlight, you know, some of our students and what they did on the CAPE exams and the CSEC exams and the CCSLC exams. Madam President, for the Nevis Sixth Form College for the year 2022, we had 601 candidates. 554 candidates sat exams with 548 passing. That's a passing rate of 91%, Madam President. At the Charlestown Secondary School, we had 624 exam entrants with 603 exams written. Of those, we had 451 passing. That's a passing rate of 74.79%, Madam President. At the Gingerland Secondary School, we had 389 exam entrants with 388 candidates sitting exams with 309 passing grades. That's a pass rate of 79.64%. And at the Nevis International Secondary, we had 52 exam entrants with 52 exams sat and 30 passing. That's a pass rate of 58%. Madam President, to highlight some of our students who did extremely well, at the Nevis Sixth Form College, we had Zara Trotman with a GPA of 3.85 and had 7 grade 1s, and that was our valedictorian. We have Miss Shobha Subramani with a 3.6 GPA with 4 grade 1 passes. We had Donella Thompson with a 3.55 GPA and 3 grade 1 passes. Patrice Nisbet II with a 3.5 GPA and 3 grade 1 passes. Nicoya Powell with a 3.5 GPA and 3 grade 1 passes. At the Charlestown Secondary School, we had Ayasha Patel with 10 subject passes with 10 grade 1s. We have Kaya Lana Parry with 9 subject passes with 9 grade 1s. Now these names really tying me up. I thought Youthant was a tongue tire, but this is Rishikesh Srinivashan with 11, and you know I need to get these names right. They deserve to hear their names called correctly. With 11 subjects passes with 8 grade 1s. We have Pearl Clark with 9 subject passes with 8 grade 1s. We have Riss Stanley with 9 subject passes and 8 grade 1s. At the Gingerland Secondary School, we have Hugh J. Jeffers with 11 subject passes with 8 grade 1s. Kimani Hanley with 9 subject passes with 9 grade 1s. Derica Williams with 11 subject passes and 6 grade 1s. Kimalija Warner with 11. Kimalija Warner with 11 subject passes and 4 grade 1s. Udonell Pemberton with 9 subject passes and 8 grade 1s. At the Nevis International Secondary School, we have Sienna Henville with 9 subject passes, 1 grade 1. Malia Trotman, 8 subject passes, 6 grade 1s. Eden Howell with 6 subject passes. Brianna Brown, 3 subject passes. Adriel Herman, 3 subject passes. See, Madam President, we should recognize our young people whenever they do well, because we want them to do well. And when they do that, we should recognize them. Madam President, last year in 2022, we were able to host the Gulf Insurance Primary Championship for the first time since 2019. We didn't have it in 2020, we couldn't have it in 2021. We hosted it last year at the Mondo Track in 2022. I want to congratulate Charlestown Primary School. They came out the winners in the A zone, and the Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School, they came out the winners in the B zone. And we are going to be having inter-primary this year. I think it's on the 5th of April. 5th of April, Madam President. Also last year, 4 of our schools on Nevis participated in the inaugural Rams Inter-Primary School Relay Championship. This was held at the Kim Collins Stadium on St. Kitts, Madam President. I was there in person. I don't think I've ever been so proud being Minister of Education. You know why? Almost every race that was run at that meet, once there was a relay team from a Nevis school in that race, I felt like we were going to win, because we were winning so much that every single race I felt like we were going to win. The Charlestown Primary School came out the overall winners of that competition. I want to congratulate them, you know. And our other schools who participated, Gingerland Primary School, well, JLPS, sorry, Joycelyn Liebert Primary School, yes. The Ivor Walters Primary School and the St. Thomas's Primary School. All of them did well, Madam President. And what's rather peculiar and what's very good about that is that none of those schools took a full team or a full contingent to that relay event. So we are hoping to have that event this year in 2022, and we are hoping that our primary schools will take their full contingent this time, because if they did so well last year and didn't have a full team, well, we're expecting great, great, great things this year, Madam President. And so that's one of the good things that we can talk about in education. Madam President, last year we were also able to pilot a program here in Nevis to teach Mandarin to the people of Nevis. We were able to partner with the embassy from the Republic of China and Taiwan. They were able to provide a teacher for us in the person of Miss Chi Chen. And we had some 14 persons who were able to do the course and to pass the exam. So they passed the test to certify them. I think it's a level one Mandarin. So this is something that we want to continue, because, you know, we've had a very good relationship with the Republic of China and Taiwan. And so we want to continue this exchange of knowledge. And teaching Mandarin in Nevis is one of those big steps that we have made. And so I want to congratulate those 14 persons who would have done that course and passed that course. Madam President, I also wanted to take the course, you know, but I don't think I have the head for the Mandarin. Maybe I might try it this year, but who knows? Hopefully, for the next budget, I could come and say that I was one who passed. Madam President, one of the things that we want to do in education, because I can't talk about everything, so I'll highlight just a few things. We want to go into STEM. And this is not STEM, the stem of a tree. This is STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We want to go into what you call STEM learning. STEM has grown to represent a unique approach to teaching and learning, one that centers around individual students' learning styles and interests. We want to make STEM learning interesting. That the whole idea of STEM is to make science, technology, and mathematics interesting to the young people so that they would want to learn it. It's an approach where you don't teach math as just an abstract subject, or you teach science or the physics and the chemistry and those things as abstract subjects. You do it in such a way that the students can see what they can do with it, and so that they can be interested in learning. These subjects, the math and the science, you know, these are what form the core of all this technology that we see going on around us. Madam President, we have the cameras, that's STEM. We have the lights, that's STEM. The computer, that's STEM. Basically anything that's technology. The AC, that's also STEM. It took a bit of science to make it. So we want to show the young people what they can do when they learn the science and the math. So we want to make it a bit less abstract and a bit more palatable to the young people. So we are proposing to have a STEM expo in May, and we are going to have what we call a STEM challenge, where different schools would be able to submit their project or their program, and then we'll have a big judging and we'll see which project wins. So, Madam President, we are looking to go into STEM. we are looking we've realized that, we have some weaknesses in math and in the areas of science and technology. And so, Madam President, we are looking to fill that gap. And we believe that STEM is a good way for us to bridge that gap with our young people, to get to our young people, to get them to have a liking for mathematics and for science and for technology. You see, if we can teach them that mathematics is not just something abstract, and we can show them how it can be useful, then they would get interested. And once somebody is interested in something, they will find a way to learn about it. Madam President, when you look at the young people and you give them a tablet or a phone, within about a week, they can do things with the tablet and with the phone that you want to know, well, how they learn to do it. How they learn how to do it. The other day I was driving with my eldest daughter, and I'm in the vehicle, and I see YouTube playing. And I say, but wait, well, this young lady have a lot of data on her phone. Well, who paying for this data? And so I said to her, well, you're playing YouTube video, where you get all this data? She said, Daddy, you're so old-time-ish. I screenshot the song, and I store it on my phone, and now I'm playing it. And I am somebody who think I know a bit about technology. And prior to that, it had never dawned on me that you could listen to YouTube, you could screen record the song, and then you can have it there to play back whenever you want to play it. But the young people, they are so innovative. So you give them technology, and they will find ways to do things with it that persons like me, who are older, would never think about. And so that is why we are trying to get into STEM. You would have heard the Honorable Mover of the bill speak a little bit before about TVET. And a lot has been said about TVET, and rightfully so. And Madam President, we are going strongly into TVET, technical and vocational education and training. We want to ensure that our students who are not as academically inclined but are very technical, that they are able to get the necessary certificates. And it's not just about the young people. It's also about adults, persons who would have come out of school and would have already, gotten skills in areas such as plumbing and electrical and so on, but they don't have a certificate to say, hey, I'm a certified electrician or I'm a certified plumber. We want them to be able to get that certification so that if ever they decide to go anywhere in the world to do anything, that they can have that piece of paper to show, I am qualified in my field. And so, Madam President, we are pushing really hard into TVET. Madam President, I had so much things that I wanted to say, but 5 minutes, so I've used up the entire half an hour. Madam President, I want to close. I think I've said a great deal. But I want to say, right, Madam President, that the budget presented to this honorable House yesterday, under the theme, Charting a Pathway to Socio-Economic Transformation, Investing to Accelerate Growth. Madam President, I want to say that this is a good budget. Madam President, again, let me congratulate the Honorable Mover of the bill, the Premier of Nevis, and also to place on the record that we have, somebody used to say full confidence, I don't really want to use that term, but we have full confidence in the leadership of the Honorable Premier, and that the people of Nevis can feel safe and secure with the concerned citizens movement at the helm. That people of all ages on Nevis can have hope that you have a government that's working on your behalf. Madam President, you heard the Premier speak about the fact that we are fast on the way to upgrading the airport. And some people don't want it to happen, you know. So they would want to throw up all kind of stumbling block in the way. But that's not going to work. We're going to pray them off. That airport is going to be upgraded, and we are going to be accepting regional jets shortly. Madam President, you heard the Premier speak about the geothermal. Are we going to get that geothermal, you know, in this term, Madam President? There's been a lot of talk about geothermal in Nevis for a very long time. And what has prevented geothermal from coming in the past is money, finances. And we are happy, Madam President, that we have partnered with the CDB. The CDB developed what they call a drill risk fund some years back. I used to be involved in energy and so on in those days. I had that ministry to deal with that. So I know about the drill risk fund. I know when it was developed with the IDB, I think, and the World Bank. So basically a lot of money was put into that fund that CDB can access to use in this region. I'm very happy that we are tapping into that money. And you heard what the Premier said. If it doesn't pan out, it comes as a grant. So it comes as no cost to the people of Nevis. But I don't have any fear about it panning out, because all of the studies have indicated that we have the resource here. So, Madam President, that geothermal is going to happen in this term. A lot of people won't want to see it happen because it's probably not good for their own personal aspirations. But as for the people of Nevis, it's going to be good for the people of Nevis. And this government is going to make it happen. Another thing that we want to see happen is this. We want to move the sixth form. I'm going to end on this. We want to move the sixth form. You heard the Premier speak about the fact that we are going to develop a community college. It's something that we wanted to do in the last term. We were derailed by COVID. But I believe, and I trust and hope, that it's going to happen in this term, Madam President. These are some of the things that the people of Nevis can look forward to. The people of Nevis can hope. They can have hope with a concerned citizens movement, party in government. Good, solid leadership. With those few words, Madam President, I want to, wish the budget safe passage through this honorable house. May it please you, Madam President.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Nevis 5, before you deliver your presentation, I wish to suspend the House for 3 to 5 minutes. 3 to 5 minutes. Let's say 5. House is suspended.
Minister, Return of Madam President.
Please be seated.
Thank you for your patience. House resumes.
Madam President, fellow members of Parliament, Clerk of the House, Sergeant of the Arms, persons in the public gallery, and those listening and viewing via the various media outlets, I bid you a pleasant good afternoon. I rise in my capacity as the elected member for Nevis 5 and as an independent member of the opposition to make my contribution to the bill shortly entitled the Nevis Appropriation 2023 Bill, under the theme, Chartering the Pathway to Socio-Economic Transformation, investing to accelerate growth. Madam President, I seek your indulgence to permit me a few minutes to explain to the general public why I am sitting in this House today as an independent member. It is not my intention to raise any controversial issues at this stage, but I do believe that clarification is necessary. By letter dated February 8, 2023, the chairman of the Nevis Reformation Party, I was informed that the executive body of the Nevis Reformation Party has taken the decision to suspend me from all party activities pending the outcome of a decision of a recently formed disciplinary committee that was convened for the sole purpose of penalizing me for not supporting the member for Nevis 4 to be appointed as the leader of the opposition. Madam President, this is indeed unprecedented waters on the shores of St. Kitts and Nevis, a democratic country, and indeed an infringement of my constitutional right, not only as a citizen, but also as an elected member of this honorable House, under the Constitution of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. For this reason, I am not permitted to represent the Nevis Reformation Party in any capacity. Hence, the reason why I appear in this honorable House not affiliated with any political party, but as an independent member, sounding my voice on behalf of the people of Nevis 5 who duly elected me on December 12, 2022. I wish also at this point to dispel all rumors that I have resigned from the Nevis Reformation Party, as this simply is not true. I am indeed on suspension. Thank you so much, Madam President. Madam President, thousands of Nevisians and residents of Nevis are having quite a difficult time adjusting to the post-COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, many of us are facing increased financial pressures, ranging from the high cost of living, the high cost of food in supermarkets, high insurance prices, high utility bills, especially energy bills, the high cost of fuel at gas stations, Madam President, the list is perhaps not exhaustive, especially for single-parent families and those whose income just barely meet the minimum wage requirement or below. The cost of living in Nevis is indeed skyrocketing and seems to be out of control. Madam President, the budget that was presented yesterday was very modest. However, it failed to provide the hope and assurance that we need as citizens that things will get better and our fiscal state of affairs will improve in short order. Nevertheless, Madam President, we are indeed a resilient people, and we are accustomed to chartering our way until such time when things will get better. Madam President, the budget, perhaps I may coin, was filled with dull and gloom and economic despair for those of us who were paying attention. Perhaps naturally so, due to global influences and loss of opportunities, or perhaps due to bad economic decisions and poor fiscal management for the past decade. The budget missed the opportunity to provide us with a detailed action plan for debt restructuring and to reduce the national debt, to provide robust economic growth, and, of course, Madam President, greater employment opportunities for the unemployed, especially those who have recently graduated from the Nevis Sixth Form College and the various secondary schools. Madam President, I wish to take a few minutes to speak about our economic transformation, in relation to the theme. The plan for economic transformation is indeed modest. The mover of the bill stated that there will be no introduction of any new taxes. However, he failed to mention whether there will be any amendments to any existing legislation to cater for robust collection of taxes, as we saw in 2021 with the implementation of the solid waste collection levy of $25 that was mandatorily imposed on residential household water bills, and a whopping EC $75 that was imposed on commercial entities' water bill. I hope that this is indeed a tax-free budget. There were little or no opportunity for economic diversification beyond the government continuing to leverage and seek partnership for development of the Rest Haven Inn property. The item was indeed a campaign promise as far back as the federal election in June 2020. To date, negotiations are still ongoing. We sincerely hope that they will prove fruitful, as there is indeed a need for development in the Charlestown area, and our people need jobs. Perhaps it might prove prudent and financially beneficial to look at short-term investment opportunities. The economy of the Caribbean region, the economy of the islands of the Caribbean region are dependent on international trade. Therefore, the island of Nevis will benefit tremendously from regional festivals such as reintroducing the Blues Festival or even hosting a reggae festival. any regional or international festival to supplement our Culturama festival will bring about a significant boost to our local economy, an economy that is in dire need of boosting. It needs rejuvenation. Madam President, tax cuts as it relates to stamp duty is indeed something that perhaps can prove beneficial to us local Nevisians. Madam President, the government has proposed a tax cut in the form of a reduction of the alien holding land license fees from 10% to 5% for the purpose of land or existing building, whether residential or commercial. Madam President, as it relates to stamp duty, even for a short period of 6 months, and I am fully aware, Madam President, that this is a federal matter. However, that does not negate the fact that our government can negotiate and advocate on behalf of Nevisians, as well as Kittitians, for this tax cut, as it would increase activity in the property market as well as in the real estate sector. Madam President, this is something that I have long advocated for, and perhaps the time has come for both the federal government as well as the NIA to look at that option as a means of stimulating our economy and as well as driving the local real estate market here in Nevis. Madam President, small businesses continue to struggle. We are dealing with a global economic crisis, and so it is indeed very, very challenging times. We must be able to admit and to look at our state of affairs and to find sustainable solutions to dealing with these problems. Madam President, given the absence of job security in the private and, to some extent, the public sector, more effective or greater stimulus measures are needed. These must be put in place to help create the unemployed to create self-employment, and to assist struggling small businesses to find their feet and to remain open during this very rocky period. Madam President, we welcome the initiatives and the programs that are available and in the form of soft loans to assist small businesses at the Small Enterprise Development Unit. However, Madam President, this initiative is still not reaching the bulk of our people, especially the young people who do not have the necessary startup capital to invest in their businesses. Perhaps it is due to lack of a more aggressive advertising mechanism, or the fact that people are just ignorant in seeking the necessary help that is available to assist them. Whatever is the issue, Madam President, there is a need for our young people, especially our grassroots people, to be able to take advantage of these initiatives. Madam President, I now turn to youth empowerment, and perhaps youth empowerment through the performing arts and what is now coined as the creative industry or the orange economy. Our young people are indeed extremely talented, and their interest in the performing arts is indeed ever increasing. Madam President, there is, however, a need for more robust support and assistance in this regard. The government, as well as other stakeholders, must invest in the orange economy. It is perhaps indeed a gateway to economic diversification in this country. Stimulus must be provided in the form of tax cuts or exemptions from duties for those persons who are investing heavily in the creative arts or the performing arts. For example, musicians, actors, actresses, costume makers, painters, the whole lot. There is a need to create more avenues for promotion and display of the work of our young, creative, talented people through collaborating with the Ministry of Tourism to host a creative art expo. Madam President, these are all ideas presented by the opposition on behalf of the people of Nevis in order to help revive and rejuvenate the economy of Nevis. We cannot sit back idly and complain. We must, as stakeholders, both government, opposition, the private sector, work together to ensure that we can propel Nevis forward during this very difficult time. Madam President, it is not my job on the opposition to oppose just for the sake of opposing. I do not disagree with everything in this budget. However, I do believe that policy must be judged on its own merits. I take this opportunity to commend several good measures as outlined in the budget. I commend the efforts made by the government to negotiate a private partnership with a private entity for the further development of the Vance Amri International Airport. Madam President, the long and short of this is that it will prove to be beneficial for all Nevians, citizens, residents, all investors, because, Madam President, it will increase the airlift into the shores of Nevis, and this is something that we all would benefit from. Madam President, I am aware that negotiations are ongoing. However, not much details were provided in the budget. Perhaps the honorable member for number 2 can shed some light on this during his reply. Because, of course, myself, like most divisions, have some questions regarding the project. We do want to know how serious are the negotiations, whether they are at a final stage. Have the land acquisition process started? I saw in the media, Madam President, some time ago, that the government had acquired some additional lands, I believe, from the Yearwoods for this project. We also are interested in knowing whether there has been an environmental impact assessment, if one has been done, and what are the likely impact of this project on Lovers Beach and the nesting site for turtles. These are things, Madam President, that would be at the forefront of all of our minds. But I do believe that with more information, with comprehensive consultation, it would ease the minds of our people. And so I call upon the honorable member opposite to shed some light in this regard. Madam President, I wish to take this opportunity to speak briefly about education. Education is indeed something that is dear to me. As a former
student, teacher, law lecturer, I believe that the education of our nation's children is of paramount importance. Madam President, I wish to advocate for more apprenticeship programs for secondary school students. I believe that engaging them in the workforce at a very early age can only prove beneficial to them. I believe that our young people must harness the skill and the discipline from the very onset of their teenage years so that they can understand the need to work hard and they can be sufficiently disciplined by modeling others. And that, in the long run, Madam President, will teach them the importance of working hard. Madam President, I also believe that there is a need, and perhaps the time has come, for a foreign language to be taught at all grades in all of the public primary schools in Nevis. We must ensure that our children are bilingual. Madam President, they can only achieve this if we introduce them to foreign languages at a very early age. Madam President, I believe in leadership. And I believe leadership is very, very important in our society and community. It is something I believe is learned. Leadership really has nothing to do with titles, but more so with experience. Madam President, I believe the time has come for us to reintroduce the prefect program at the Charlestown Secondary School and Gingerland High School. You see, Madam President, because that program taught and helped our young people to understand the responsibility and the art behind being able to demonstrate leadership. Madam President, leadership is about teamwork. It is about being able to compromise when it is necessary to do so. Madam President, leadership can never, under any circumstances, be confused with dictatorship. Leaders, Madam President, must be compassionate. Leaders must understand and be able to empathize with their team. Because you see, Madam President, a prudent leader would understand that they cannot survive, they cannot succeed without their team. And so, Madam President, I do believe that if these things are taught from a very early age, that it would only enhance our society and the way people operate in this space called Nevis. Madam President, I do believe that there is a need to robustly educate our children on our local history and culture. And indeed, Madam President, the local law, especially this document, Madam President, the Constitution of the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis. You see, Madam President, there are many persons in society, adults, who do not understand the importance of this particular document and the rights and freedom that it protects for individual citizens. And it is very, very important that people understand the basic and the framework and the intention of the lawmakers when they sought to design this very document. Madam President, whilst attending school in the UK, one of my constitutional law professors stated one day in class that the Constitution of St. Christopher and Nevis is the most unique constitution in the world. I cannot attest to the truth of his statement, but I do believe, Madam President, that it is indeed unique. Because, you see, Madam President, it offers protection to rights and freedom in almost every aspect of the Constitution. Madam President, I am not sure if my fellow members of Parliament are aware of the powers that the Constitution vests in them. And Madam President, Section 58 of the Constitution of St. Christopher and Nevis is indeed a very powerful provision because it gives elected members the discretion as to how they should conduct themselves not only in government but also in opposition. And so I just want to implore that everyone, Madam President, including yourself, as a learned counsel, have a read of the Constitution. Because you see, Madam President, once you understand the law, the intent of the law, the spirit of the law, it would guide you in the decision making. And it would also educate not only leaders, not only members of Parliament, but the ordinary man in society as to why people act the way they act. You see, once you are acting in accordance with the laws of the land, you have absolutely nothing to fear. Madam President, I wish to advocate for the need to reintroduce adult education programs in our community by utilizing the community centers. I recall as a child, my grandmother, the late Eulalie Moore Liebert of Cotton Ground and of blessed memory, that she was indeed an adult education facilitator for the Cotton Ground community. At that time, I was perhaps too young to understand what adult education really was about or what she really was involved in. All I know, I used to tag along to the meetings with her. But since becoming of age, Madam President, I understood that there is a need for our people, especially our grassroots people, and perhaps those who would have missed the opportunity to receive a formal education in a school setting, for them to understand certain basics and fundamentals that is important to their existence and survival. So, Madam President, I wish to say to the members opposite that this is something that you really ought to consider. And I am going a step further, Madam President. Because of my interest and my passion for education, and because of my love for people, and because I understand that our people must understand the space in which they operate, I am willing to offer myself as a volunteer to provide adult education in my community. Madam President, I wish to speak specifically now about my constituency, the beloved parish of St. Thomas's, Nevis 5, as we would have it. And I perhaps come with a mandate from my dear people. And so I wish to make the following proposals on their behalf. The list is indeed exhaustive, so I do ask for patience during this time. There is a need for remedial work to be done on the Cotton Ground main road or the village road. I recall that I would have had some discussions with the member for number 2 on several occasions pertaining to the expansion of the Cotton Ground Village Road. Madam President, I am indeed aware that the physical setting and structure of the road would prove a bit challenging, because if you're aware of Cotton Ground, you would be aware that most of the houses along the village main road are actually almost in the road. And so perhaps it would make it very difficult to have sufficient space for expansion. Nevertheless, Madam President, I do believe that some remedial work in certain areas would prove beneficial to the good people of Cotton Ground. Madam President, if you are entering the village from the vicinity of what is coined as 5 turning and progressing along the road, you would realize that there are 2 speed bumps in very close proximity of each other. Madam President, I wish to admit that the speed bumps are indeed extremely high. And so because of that, they are posing great difficulty for residents of Cotton Ground, especially those with what I coin as sensitive vehicles, those vehicles that are very low, and so you have to maneuver carefully in order to get over those speed bumps. Madam President, I have asked and advocated for these speed bumps to be removed, and if not removed, at least to be reduced to the extent that they will permit low vehicles to be able to pass over them without the vehicles sustaining tremendous damage. I believe that that is a quick fix, and so I do call on the member for number 1 to assist in that regard. Madam President, there is also a need for a changing facility and a restroom to be established or implemented at the Cotton Ground playfield as well as the Jessop's playfield. This is something that has been long advocated for, and it is indeed our sincerest hope that this will be implemented during this financial year. However, Madam President, I note that I did not see any allocation for that in the budget, but I am indeed hopeful, because the people of Cotton Ground and the nearby or surrounding areas have difficulty in really utilizing the recreational field to its fullest capacity because of the lack of a restroom facility or a changing room facility. Madam President, the people of St. Thomas's continue to appeal for lands in the area of St. Thomas's for housing initiatives. I was very pleased when the member for number 3, I believe, stated that negotiations are ongoing to secure some lands in the Barnscott area for housing. I believe that this will bring a sense of relief to the good people of Barnscott because, of course, Madam President, the young people there, they are interested in homes and they they too want to reside within their small community. And so I do hope that those negotiations will prove to be fruitful in the future. Madam President, there is also a request for access to land in Cotton Ground. A number of persons have approached me and asked, when will the government be able to put a housing project in Lower Cotton Ground? Madam President, the physical space of that may prove very challenging because the space simply isn't available. But when that is mentioned, they quickly point me to the direction of the lands adjacent to Monkey's gas station, the lands of Cahoons, the Cahoon estate. I believe that those lands are owned by the Baker family, Lawrence family, Baker family, just across the street, yes. And so the people of St. Thomas's, in particular the people of Cotton Ground, have been eyeing those lands with the hope that the government can one day assist them by putting a project, a housing project in that area. Madam President, I am just delivering the messages as they were delivered to me. Madam President, I continue to advocate for a new state-of-the-art health center for the good people of St. Thomas's. I believe that perhaps the time has come for the people of St. Thomas's to have their health center that is isolated and independent from the community center. That is perhaps something that my learned friends opposite can indeed look into in order to bring some relief to the good people of St. Thomas's Parish. Madam President, I continue to advocate and plead for the fencing of the Jessop's playfield and for lighting, as the field cannot be used during the night because of the lack of lighting. I also propose, Madam President, that the Jessop playfield be officially named in honor of our sport icon or cricket icon, Mr. Keith Atherton. I also propose for the Cotton Ground Community Center to be officially named after cultural icon, comedian, MC, and in honor of our dearly departed brother, Chesley Pharaoh Davis. Madam President, it is indeed important for us to carry on and cherish the legacy of our fallen soldiers who contributed so much to community development and to the development of people in the St. Thomas's community. Madam President, we cannot, under any circumstances, forget our fishermen and fisherwomen. I urge the government to provide greater incentives for them. And on behalf of the fishermen and fisherwomen of the Cotton Ground community, I continue to advocate for access to electricity at the Cotton Ground Bay. For security purposes and other reasons, because sometimes the fishermen, they come from sea very late in the evening, and I am told that they are unable to see where they are going, or even when they come to shore to take out their goods, their fish, and other things that they may have, such as their fishing pots, their gas bottles, what have you. They are requesting for electricity, access to electricity on the Bay Area. Madam President, I do not think that that is too difficult because there actually is a residential area within that particular vicinity. So I believe access to electricity can be something that can be implemented very quickly if the members opposite sight fit to do so. Madam President, I must admit that I am indeed and perhaps unceremoniously short this evening. This is perhaps my third budget in this honorable House, but due to circumstances indeed beyond my control, and the fact that there is this public display of a breakdown of what I would coin in not only leadership, Madam President, but in justice, in respect for people as citizens, as individuals, as a person with a family, but not only that, as an elected representative. I must say, Madam President, whilst I am grateful for the support, and I know, Madam President, that I am indeed very strong and capable of dealing with this situation, when you take a look at it from the outside, it is the most gross and inhumane response or treatment meted towards any person as a citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis in this modern day society. And when I look at the behavior of some and the encouragement of such behavior, and I must say encouragement, perhaps not directly, maybe more so indirectly, but the fact that there was no intervention in order to cease or to calm or to simmer down such behavior, I must conclude, and reasonably so, that it can only be encouraged. Madam President, at this stage in our democracy, we can never, ever afford for any such situation to ever occur again in our history. Madam President, I must say with cautious that I am indeed grateful that it happened to me. Because, Madam President, I am trained and I am learned to deal with these types of conflicts. But, Madam President, can you stop and think for a minute if this was happening to an ordinary citizen of this country? Madam President, can you stop and think that, let us say, things were different, and the outcome was indeed different on December 12th. And for whatever reason, NRP was in government. And supporters, may not necessarily be supporters of the Nevis Reformation Party, but citizens of this country who perhaps did not support the NRP, or even if we couldn't conclude whether they were supporters, can you imagine if one of those persons were treated the way I was treated? Madam President, you see, sometimes people come to things. People come to things that they do not take the time to understand and appreciate. And it is important for us, especially as elected members and senators, to understand that we have a duty, not to ourselves, not to our respective political parties, but to the people of Nevis, to ensure that we always treat all citizens with respect and dignity. Madam President, it doesn't get any clearer than that, because you see, that is part of the oath that we took as elected members of this honorable house. Our duty doesn't stay in this house. It goes with us wherever we go. Outside, when we go into our community, even when we are in the confinement of our private homes, Madam President, we must be able to treat people at all times with respect and dignity. Madam President, I do believe that every prominent politician must go through adversity. It is part and parcel of the political game. Many before me went through these type of battles, trials, and tribulations. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., Marcus Garvey, many others, even to bring it home to our shores. Member for number 2, Dr. Llewellyn Douglas, Honorable Dr. Llewellyn Douglas, many of us. And Madam President, it is these type of adversity that help to make or break a politician. Because you see, Madam President, when everything is going good, you're never tested. But when you have trials and tribulations, and when you have people trying to tear you down, Madam President, it is your ability to stand firm and to stand with strength and to stand principled and on integrity that really put one through the test. So, Madam President, I wish to say to my constituents, to my family, to my close friends, to my confidants, to everyone who really reached out to me to show love and support, but still within them had some level of concern, I wish to tell them, undoubtedly, Cleon is okay. Madam President, I was born for this. So it does not deter me. It will not stop me. It will have absolutely no impact on my political career if I so choose to continue along the political path. You see, Madam President, some leaders are born. And I wish to say and take this opportunity to thank the constituents of Nevis 5 for their trust, for their support, for their confidence, for the love that they have shown me since I entered politics in 2020. Madam President, the people of St. Thomas's called on me as early as October 2019, and I responded. And I responded because I believe that there was indeed a need, a genuine need, to serve the people of St. Thomas's. But, Madam President, that service had a caveat. It indeed had a caveat. Because, you see, Madam President, when one offered themselves to service, I made it clear to everyone who know me that under no circumstances would I ever compromise my integrity to serve any individual person or any organization. Madam President, I am simply just not wired that way. It is not within my makeup. And so, to the good people of St. Thomas's, I want to say to you that you elected me to represent you with honesty, with dignity, with integrity, and in a principled manner. And I will continue to do so to the best of my ability. I wish to say that I am indeed grateful to the many supporters who took the time out to call or to message to get my side of the story, rather than to listen to the gibberish and the rubbish that have been spilled out there on many media outlets with the sole intention to undermine and to destroy me. You see, Madam President, whilst I cannot control people's emotions and reactions towards me, I have no control over that. I wish to say to the good people of St. Thomas's that there has always been a well-orchestrated plan, even from my inception into politics, to destroy me. But, my friends, God is good. And he has shown favor upon me, and I have been able to weather many storms. Many storms, storms that goes beyond your wildest imagination. Thus the reason why I can stand here today in this honorable house to address and participate in these budget discussions. I thank you, St. Thomas's. I love you, and I will continue to advocate as a true soldier does on your behalf. Madam President, this is the extent of my presentation. I wish this bill safe passage to the House, and I wish to thank all the members of Parliament, including yourself, Madam President, for your support during this very difficult time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I recognize the member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I would like to move a motion that this Honorable House stands adjourned until Thursday morning at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Thursday and not. Is there a seconder?
Madam President, I rise to second the motion that is presently before this Honorable House.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Nevis 3, did you indicate a time? 10 a.m. The question is that this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 23rd February 2023 at 10 a.m. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This House stands adjourned.